Thank you very much for that. Dopo quello che volevo portare un pochino là. The next presentation yeah, no, but presenting when the daily post was a simple as soon as we don't pass to that, we don't try not to begin. Quindi che vengono a successo diceva veramente parlando di questi ripetere hanno fatto che per il resto del cielo montazioni erano conseguenze di università ma quanto in gara non disse a si vincolava di molto insomma di vedere il ripasso era a vedere che guarda che posto come la sola and I've made the postulation multiple one according to the violence both ways. Because Joe needs to look at the required to seeking himself rigorous or soda and so on another is possible. Understand population white statement for some the regards a subtle so the genial and city stress also external also like one try to person showed that after conjunction was sent to auxiliary stress induced to learn language. As such, the aim of this study was to investigate the impact of aspartame consumption, then do that so that what antioxidant renal function. Tonight we retried from 7 grams, having with of 120 grams, 12 weeks, acclimatization, and then parents of oral and food of both 0 grams soda. I understand a lot of from the colleagues normalize they have to 5 groups, all receiving control, 5 minutes of distilled water. Then we have dilute and concentrated which very administer we administer 5 minutes of concentrated is 0 to soda. Then we administer 5 minutes of diluted 0 to soda. Then I can confirm with 5 grams, we administer straight diluted respectively. And then somebody the purpose of cheating, then fragments will go within drop down and opposite to life result. After the result, it's not going to like discover that there was a significant increase in sodium concentration, while there was significant reduction of potassium and bicarbonate. This would likely mean that they are dependent on metabolic so that there's a reduced modeling of bicarbonates in serum. Also, we also found this in result for the people realistic concentrated as although the result was less severe. Now, for urinary electrolyte, we discovered that there was increased potassium urinary acidity and bicarbonates, increased potassium bicarbonates and chloride urinary acidity of both the usual concentrated zero sugar. Now, in the group where we said, the chloride aspartame, we also observe confused urinary acidity bicarbonates and chloride by the time we draw effect or similar reaction of the kidney. Because aspartame on a very probably affected tubular absorption in network in tubular portion of the kidney. However, we discover that there is significant development in both extraordinary power, extraordinary apparatus, and GPS. These are not that are responsible for clearing, for clearing, otherwise, what we use to. And also, great area, discover that Tijuana and New York increased drastically. For example, X-ray in conventional assault increased of 7 points, while on New York, increased of 3 points. It's likely that there was damage to the glomerulus of the kidney. Also, increase in urinary awareness system. So now, this is don't go from the central system of the kidney. So, about to be aware of so that we solve vascular stenosis, hypertrophy, focal tubular necrosis, and then interstitial infiltrates. For the we administer dilute concentration of zero sugar soda. You saw interstitial infiltrates of inflammatory cells, vascular stenosis, and hypertrophy. Place 4, where we administer count aspartame. We saw heavy interstitial infiltrates. Then place 5, where we administer dilute aspartame. We also have interstitial infiltrates of inflammatory cells. Now, in conclusion, findings indicate that prolonged aspartame, consumption of aspartame, zero sugar, exact dose dependency, propelling and oxidative effects in rats with biochemical, electrolyte, and histological alterations, coupled with suppressed antioxidant defense, suggest that these substances impair renal function. Issue oxidative stress related to and because chronic intake of aspartame or zero sugar based obesity results in potential risks to kidney health and systemic electrolyte homeostasis. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to next presentation. Names at all. Physical performance and social demographic characteristics and stories, sexual dysfunction among Nigerian stroke survivors. Thank you. Permit me to stand on the already established protocols. My name is Ahmed, so I'm here to present on physical performance and social demographic characteristics as correlates of sexual dysfunctions among Nigerian stroke survivors. So this is my outline, list of observations, definition of terms. Physical performance simply means the ability to carry out both basic and instrumental activity of daily living. Sexual dysfunctions is any difficulty experienced by an individual or couple during any stage of a normal sexual activity. The social demographic factors are just the combination of social and demographic parameters. Okay. So is an objective evidence of permanent brain, spinal cord, or retinal cell death due to vascular cause based upon pathological or imaging evidence, with or without the presence of clinical symptoms. This means that someone can suffer a stroke without having any physical deficits. And of course, it's not all those who have hemiplegia or hemiparesis have actually suffered a stroke if there is no objective evidence, because it's not only the stroke that causes hemiplegia or hemiparesis. Background of the study. Stroke is a catastrophic event that could affect every areas of survivors, including their sexual health. And a significant decline in sexuality has been reported following stroke. And sexual dysfunction following stroke is mostly ignored by healthcare professionals. This is because significant number of healthcare professionals tends to focus motor cognitive problems that are associated with stroke, hemiplegia, hemiparesis, as the case may be, or hypertonicity, hypotonicity, spasticity, as the case may be. So we tend to forget the sexual dysfunction that might likely be associated with stroke. And in WHO has declared that sexual well-being should be guaranteed to all human beings, including those with physical or intellectual disability. And in 2013, Akipelu et al. In Southwest Nigeria has reported about 90.4 prevalence of sexual dysfunction after stroke. Also, in northwestern Nigeria, Nasibi et al. In 2016 equally reported about 75% of sexual dysfunction following stroke. The researchers are not in the know. The establishment of prevalence of sexual dysfunction in South Nigeria. So no satisfactory existing database as far as they are in the know, establishing the prevalence of sexual dysfunction and its associated clinical parameters among some survivors in South Nigeria. This therefore necessitated the conduct of this study to investigate, to establish the prevalence of sexual dysfunction among Nigerian survivors in South Nigeria, its relationship with social demographic characteristics, and of course, physical performance. The study adopted a cross-sectional design. 87 survivors participated in the study out of population of 152. Changes in sexual functioning questionnaire short form was used to establish to determine the occurrence of sexual dysfunction among survivors. It is specific to both male and female. Okay. Fugmeyer assessment of physical performance was equally used to, measure the physical performance of the participant. Chi-square test and Spearman correlation was adopted to analyze. The alpha level was set at less than 0.05. The results. Table 1A summarized the demographic parameters of the respondent. It could be seen from here that majority of the respondents here are participants females, and majority of them, of course, are married. Majority are civil servants. Even the spouse profession of these survivors, majority of them are also civil servants. So table 2 shows the prevalence of sexual dysfunction among survivors in University of Benin Teaching Hospital, and it was found, the prevalence was found to be 89.7% among survivors in University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Equally, Spearman correlation was also used to establish the relationship between the physical performance and sexual dysfunction among this population, and it was found a negative, moderate, significant relationship exists between sexual dysfunction prevalence and physical performance. This means that the higher the physical performance, the lesser the occurrence of sexual dysfunction. So table 4 equally shows the Spearman correlation and chi-square text, of association between social demographic parameters and prevalence of SD among such survivors. Age was found to have negative, moderate, the more the occurrence of sexual dysfunctions. And equally, spouse's occupation was equally found to have significant association with sexual dysfunction. So in this study, our equivalent of SD was established, which is considered vacuum and Massey 2021. Of course, majority of sexual dysfunction occurred in females individuals. This aligned with Nasibi et al. In 2016. And negative relationship was also established between the age and SD. So the significant association was also established. So in conclusion, there is high prevalence of sexual dysfunction among survivors in South Nigeria. Physical performance and social demographic characteristics such as age and spousal occupation was found to have significant relationship with sexual dysfunction following stroke. Also, lastly, age and spousal occupation of stroke survivors, sexual function assessment and treatment should be considered in the management of stroke survivors in Nigeria. These are my references. Thanks for listening. All the time.
I know like you're here laughing now. In fact, it's for me.
Next presenter is
Thank you. It's strange. You were here last year.
I go Roger Elton. Presentation time is 6 minutes. Says presenting on the topic curcumin and honey improve high density lipoprotein cholesterol levels in 4-vinine cyclohexane glycoside induced menopause in SARAT. Introduction. Menopause in African women is linked to various health issues, such as heightened risk of cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis, and metabolic syndrome. The decline in estrogen levels during menopause may contribute to an increased risk of cardiovascular disease. This heightened risk is related to alterations in lipid profiles, compromised arterial function, and the activation of the renin-angiotensin system. Following the end of menstruation, studies have shown a rise in plasma triglycerides, total cholesterol, and low-density lipoprotein cholesterol, particularly the smaller, denser particles that are more atherogenic. These alterations appear to be more closely related to increased abdominal fat mass than materials and methods. We have turmeric extraction procedure, curcumin contents of dry turmeric, and curcumin powder preparation. Table 1. In Table 1, lipid profile and glucose level was estimated in female SARAs, and they were treated with honey at different concentrations, 10 grams per kg, 20 grams, and 40 grams per kg per kilogram body weight. It was observed that the cholesterol level, it was observed that the triglyceride level in the groups treated with 20 grams per kg honey significantly increased. Also, the WISA rats that were induced were also treated with different concentrations of curcumin at 250 milligrams per kg, 500 milligrams per kg, and at 1,000 milligrams per kg concentration. And it was observed that the cholesterol level, the triglyceride level, the high density lipoprotein, they were significantly reduced. And in Table 3, the combined treatment was used. Curcumin and honey were combined together. 250 milligrams per kg plus 10 kg of honey concentration, 500 plus 20 grams per kg of honey concentration, and 1,000 milligrams per kg curcumin and 40 grams per kg concentrations. They were used treating the menopausal rats. And it was saying that the high density lipoprotein significantly increased, particularly at the concentration of 500 milligrams per kg concentration plus honey at 20 grams per kg concentration. The cholesterol was also significantly reduced for the different treatment group. While it was saying that the triglyceride level was increased, for the menopausal group, that were induced And the group that were treated with remain at 500 milligram per kg concentration and honey at 20 gram per kg concentration. In this present study, the effects of combined curcumin and honey supplementation on lipid profile and glucose level in 4 VCD-induced menopausal rats, the findings reveal that HDL levels of cholesterol in VCD-induced menopausal rats were increased above the group supplemented with estrogen. Distinct and varying responses across the different treatment groups were also observed, thus highlighting the complex interplay of these interventions on metabolic parameters. The mechanisms underpinning these reductions may involve Singh and Coleman 2023. Honey's contributions potentially through its antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties could synergistically support these effects and is in line with Brown and White 2021. There's a beneficial outcome as HDL plays a crucial role in reverse cholesterol transport, removing excess cholesterol from peripheral tissues. Garcia and Woodruff 2020. The observed increase could be mediated by curcumin's potential to actually upregulate lipoproteins, A1, which is a primary component of HDL, or to enhance cholesterol efflux mechanisms. The lack of a significant increase at the intermediate dose, 500 milligram per kg concentration, may actually suggest a non-linear dose response or other contributing factors yet to be elucidated. However, the absence of changes in cholesterol levels, in glucose levels in other curcumin and honey supplemented groups were relative to controls. The VCD group implies that glucose actually has a modulating effects, which might be dose specific. In conclusion, the combined administration of curcumin and honey demonstrates promising improved HDL cholesterol levels, often associated with post-menopausal women. Furthermore, the glucose-lowering effects appears to be dose-dependent, primarily observed at the lowest tested concentration. These findings underscore the potential therapeutic benefits of curcumin and honey in ameliorating menopause-associated cardiovascular disorders. Additionally, long-term studies and translation to clinical settings are essential to actually validate these findings and determine their applicability in human menopausal women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presentation will be taken by ourselves, the board and so.
Dr. Saigogo from the Department of Medical Microbiology. I'll be presenting dengue as an emerging cause of acute febrile illness in Benin City. Evidence from sentinel surveillance. And my presentation will take this outline. So in sub-Saharan Africa, acute febrile illness is frequently attributed to malaria. Possible causes like arboviral infections, such as dengue, and are recognized. And this is because there are overlapping clinical features, and we also have limited diagnostic capacity. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control established sentinel acute febrile illness surveillance in 6 sites, which included the Unity Ridge.
from 2021. And so this provided an opportunity to characterize the burden and distribution of some of these neglected viral causes of fever in our locality. The objective of this study is to determine the prevalence and epidemiological characteristics of dengue and chikungunya among patients enrolled for the AFI surveillance at UNTH. It was a descriptive cross-sectional study and used the sentinel surveillance data collected over a year's period between 30th of July 2024 and 29th of July 2025. AFI surveillance involves screening the patients to ensure that they meet the criteria for surveillance at the general practice clinic, obtain informed consent from them, test investigation forms, and then obtain blood specimens from them. The enrolled patients are tested for malaria using rapid diagnostic test kits, and then we also test for dengue and chikungunya, using polymerase chain reaction in our molecular lab. Data were analyzed to calculate the prevalence of each disease, and we tested for associations using the chi-square test with significance set at 0.05. So the basic or the main results, we enrolled over the study period, we enrolled 133 patients. 34.6% of them had malaria, 16.5% of them had dengue fever. No cases of chikungunya seen. And these are the basic characteristics of the patients, but I'm going to talk more about the patients that had dengue virus infection. If you look, you see that most of them were adults, and that was statistically significant. The male to female ratio was 1:1, and then where they came from, the local government areas of residence, majority of them came from a local government area. That was also statistically significant. Of note, we had 2 patients that were co-infected, so they had both malaria and dengue fever. That's 9.1% of them. This figure shows the enrollment over the various cases that were positive for dengue. So if you look closely at the positive cases, you will find that from August 2024 to January 2025, or sorry, to March 2025, we're having 2 cases every month. And then suddenly, in April, we had higher number of cases with a peak in number of cases in May. But if you look at the percentage positivity, you get a better idea of spike in the number of dengue cases. You see that in 2025, the peak number was peak positivity was in June 2025. And then in July, it dropped again. So dengue is an arboviral infection. It's transmitted by a mosquito virus, a mosquito vector, which we call Aedes aegypti. And it's the fastest spreading arboviral infection globally. It's said that half the world's population are at risk because of where because the vectors are found in those places. It has been recognized by the World Health Organization as one of the top 10 threats to global health. Many studies have shown that dengue is endemic in Nigeria, and a systematic review by Emerebe et al. Showed that the highest seroprevalence is in the southwest. However, despite the endemicity in Nigeria, it has been neglected as a cause of fever because of the overlapping symptomatology with malaria diagnostics. In conclusion, dengue is emerging as an important cause of acute fever illness in Benin City, particularly among adults and during the season. And the findings call for heightened clinical suspicion and physician awareness, introduction of routine dengue diagnostics, not just surveillance, but also the sustenance of surveillance to inform case management, public health response, and preparedness. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. The next presentation is C. Distinguished audience, my name is Rosa Wemo, a final year medical student, and I will present the pattern and determinants of sleep disorders in persons at the University of Ibadan. This outline will guide my presentation. So sleep is a very essential part of health, and research generally recommends that young adults need between 7 to 9 hours of sleep every day. However, despite the existence of these very well-established guidelines, we find that sleep disorders are still a pandemic, with medical students being a particularly vulnerable population. And this holds true even when you compare them to other university students. Now, poor sleep is known to cause significant cognitive impairments. For medical students, this can translate into poor academic outcomes and can potentially compromise their future practice. It was noticed that there is a very significant lack of data on sleep and its disorders among medical students in the Nigerian context. And so this study set out to try and rectify that by generating data to this effect using the University of Benin as a reference. And so, objectives of the study were to determine the prevalence of the sleep disorders, identify the patterns of these disorders, explore the association between sleep disorders and their clinical determinants, and to assess the level of knowledge among students. It was a descriptive cross-sectional study done at the University of Benin, which has 1,265 medical students, and a sample size of 127 was selected using stratified sampling technique. Data was collected using an online questionnaire, which was analyzed with first places of 25, and ethical approval was obtained from Ethical Research Committee of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Now, the age of our respondents was 22.54 years of age, and most of them fell in the 20 to 24 year age. The overall prevalence of our sleep disorders was 26.9%, reported being epilepsy symptoms at 10%, followed by insomnia at 9.2% and hypersomnia at 5.2%. Found that sleep disorders were very associated with increased levels of stress, discomfort of the sleep environment, and inconsistency of the sleep schedule, all of which were statistically significant findings. And we also found that females were far less likely to develop sleep disorders than males, with an odds ratio of 0.2. So those who reported intermittent sleep environments were less likely. Another very interesting finding was that even regardless of whether husbands fell into good or poor categories in terms of their level of knowledge of sleep health, they had similar proportions of students who had sleep disorders, and analysis showed that there was no association between the level of sleep knowledge and the occurrence of sleep disorders, and it's none that was statistically significant. This figure shows the level of knowledge of respondents of sleep hygiene, and majority of our population fell into the moderate category, 65%. Now, this overall prevalence of sleep disorders that was found is very consistent with findings in international, regional, and local studies, and it shows that there's a very substantial burden because the link between poor sleep and outcomes such as impaired academic performance, mental health, and weakened immunity has been well documented. Also, the strong association that was found between sleep disorders, along with factors like stress, irregular sleep schedules, and uncomfortable sleeping environment, shows that any interventions that are instituted need to focus on key modifiable risk factors. So examples of these interventions come promoting consistent sleep habits, creating comfortable sleep environments, and effective stress management techniques. Now, apart from this, the fact that good knowledge does not necessarily translate into good sleeping practice means that interventions need to go beyond just educating or enlightening individuals, but need to foster actual lifestyle changes that are sustainable in these students. Now, in conclusion, I found that sleep disorders are prevalent among Indian medical students, with poor sleep schedule consistency, high stress levels, and uncomfortable environment being significant determinants. Now, if the majority of students had a moderate level of knowledge, this did not protect them from having sleep disorders. Our recommendations in university management include organizing regular stress management workshops, and it will be important to review the academic and clinical rotation so that we could identify any opportunity to reduce the workload on students. Now, as medical students, it's important that you treat sleep as a non-negotiable part of your daily routine and ensure that even more than the duration, focus on the consistency of your sleep schedules. It is also the responsibility of each individual here to find and adopt healthy stress management techniques that work for you. Examples of this could be exercise, hobbies, or intentional leisure activities. Thank you very much. These are my references. Thank you. The last presenter is yes.
Good morning, professors, academics, clinicians, and students. I am Ikorina Somi Kamele to present a study titled Prescription Patterns in Outpatients with Dengue Infection in a Southern Nigerian Teaching Hospital. This is my outline. Dengue is an arthropod-borne viral disease of increasing global health importance, and it is transmitted by the vector Aedes aegypti mosquito. Most symptomatic cases are self-releasing. However, a few can be present with severe symptoms such as hemorrhage, shock, or organ dysfunction. Now, the disease presents with an overlapping clinical presentation with malaria and hence presents diagnostic difficulty. Also, the fact that there are no routine laboratory tests available to diagnose the disease further increases this diagnostic difficulty. This can lead to inappropriate treatment and potential dire consequences. So what was the objective of this study? It was to assess the appropriateness of empirical medications prescribed for patients with dengue seen in the general practice clinic of UBTH. Methods. It was an observational study. We did a retrospective track review of patients with positive dengue PCR tests enrolled in the UBTH AFI surveillance program within a 1-year period. That was between July 30th, 2024 and July 29, 2025. It is important to note that surveillance was not real time, meaning that the clinicians did not have a laboratory diagnosis to work with while treating the patients or for decision making. Our data was gotten from our standardized AFI case investigation form. That's where we got the symptoms, patient symptoms from, and the electronic medical records of general practice clinic, UBTH. We assessed the appropriateness of prescriptions by expert review. Now, common and inappropriate prescriptions for dengue fever, anti-malarial drugs without a documented laboratory confirmation of malaria, antibiotics in the absence of bacterial infection, and use of non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, which are not recommended in dengue fever. Our data was analyzed, categorical variables were expressed in frequency and percentages. Now let's take a look at the results. These are the demographic characteristics. Age 31.6 plus minus 18 years, with an age range of 7 to 72. Most of the patients were adults, and it was equally distributed among sexes, 10 males and 10 females. The higher proportion of patients came from the local government area. Here we're looking at the symptom distribution, the frequency of symptoms. The most frequent symptoms that all 20 of the patients studied had was fever and generalized body weakness. And the least common symptoms seen in only 10% of patients, seen in only 5% of patients was retroorbital pain. Now we're looking at the investigations. 11 of the 20 patients studied had full blood counts done. 7 of these 11 patients had leukopenia, and 5 had thrombocytopenia. These findings are seen in other research done on dengue fever as some form of to help with diagnosis of leukopenia and thrombocytopenia among patients with dengue fever. Now, 5 patients had positive malaria tests, either microscopic or the rapid test done. The physician assessment for these 20 patients. Physicians had a good impression of malaria for 70% of the patients, and only 2 were diagnosed with dengue fever from clinical assessment. Of the 20 patients seen, 9 of them had dengue fever without warning signs. 7 had dengue fever with warning signs, which could be lethargy or abdominal pain, and 4 of them had severe dengue. This is a tabular presentation of what I just discussed previously. Now, let's look at the inappropriate prescriptions. 15 of the patients had inappropriate prescriptions. Some patients receiving more than one inappropriate prescription. 12 of the patients had anti-malarials given to them. 12 patients already had treated malaria and were treated again. 13 of these patients also had antibiotics given without any case of bacterial infection, and non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, which is not recommended for use in dengue fever, was used in 4 of the patients, 20%. So what is the point of note? Dengue is gaining clinical significance, and it is a common cause of AFI. It has no specific antiviral treatment. But the thing is, patients who present with warning signs would require close monitoring. The problem now is there's no routine laboratory test.
I wanted to post his money. I just wanted to talk to him. I just found myself there. And they did not, I don't know. They've started since now.
Last year's on by 8.
The live stream is on. And you know, many people are presented already. I'm seeing like almost 4 people. Since 9 a.m. That was will not be able to register again.
You will see for your turn. I registered like around 11.
Where did you go and register? The auditorium.
We had to walk to Seri that last year.
What day is
I don't know.
No, the thing is that everybody can go. Everybody can go. But you will not get the registration tag and new ticket. You not get new ticket and registration. That's us too. I don't know. I hope it is at which time. It's time to leave the place at which. This feels like 2 to 5. What do they do? Ambibola's. This look like this person's slide. Ambibola's slide. How far? Myself no no. I think we will move now. Where the boy? Where? Okay, see Zili. The boy is coming. I see him there. See him on green, on blue shirt. Adam joking and them coming.
I click.
The Mesosa and Nora, they came. I saw them around 9 yesterday. After this was university. How many months? Hello. Why are they going to? Are their bags inside? Is it going or is it following us? Where is it?
What is it telling you?
So first,
Say you have no data.
I have to reach him directly. I sent him a message. SMS. Good. I don't have data at all.
You don't have
Like,
data.
Yes, yesterday I recharged. But I didn't use it. I recharged because I wanted to communicate him, but if I reach him.
You can't call him on the regular call. Well, okay, so tell him you are here. No problem. I'm sure they would have, the hospital people would have sent him a message. But he wanted me to call him.
national anthem at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Nigeria. The triumphant medieval England. Uniband anthem. Greatest Uniband. Greatest Uniband. Thank you. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Edobo Bright Omoyege, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Eblu was presented here this morning by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Professor Victor Igbeneweka. You're welcome, sir. The Provost, College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin, Professor Winston Sajo, sitting very close to the VC. And our guest speaker for today, Professor John Aneto. Other management members of the College of Medical Sciences, former Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Mrs. Upoma, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to welcome you very warmly to the third scientific conference, the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin. I am Emisime Yamato, your content for this event. Mr. Vice Chancellor, earlier, before you came, just beginning the opening ceremony committee, Professor Kayode for his welcome address. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. You welcome this one to the opening ceremony of the third scientific session of the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin. My provost, guest speaker, emeritus professor, please permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol. My welcome address. Yes, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, respected speakers, researchers, students, and all participants. Good morning and a heartfelt welcome to the third annual scientific conference of the College of Medical Sciences of the University of Benin, in this city, Nigeria. As the chairman of the local organizing committee, LOC, it is my profound honor and privilege to stand before you this morning to welcome you all. The presence here, amidst your demanding schedules, underscores our shared commitment to advancing medical knowledge and addressing the pressing challenges that confront healthcare service delivery in Nigeria. This conference, building on the successes of our inaugural event in 2023 and the second one in 2024, marks another milestone in fostering innovation and collaboration in medical education and research. We are gathered under the timely theme, back to basics, the role of foundational and translational science in the developing world. This theme explores the importance of translating basic research into real-world action and the efficacy of basic medical education. In a nation with evolving health demands, this gathering provides a vital platform to exchange ideas, share groundbreaking research, and chart pathways towards resilient healthcare systems. Let me begin by experiencing my deepest gratitude to the provost of the College of Medical Sciences, Professor Wilson Isado. His visionary leadership has been instrumental in sustaining this annual tradition. I think we should give him a round of applause for this. Thank you, sir. I also extend sincere thanks to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Dobaba Ogunrege, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I think we should also appreciate him very well. I remember when the provost saw him yesterday, he was quite excited and sent very encouraging comments about this conference that he didn't even know that the College of Medical Sciences has upgraded to be upgraded to this level. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir. Please put him in a round of applause. It's promised, Dr. Vice Chancellor Akenobi, sir, to make us very happy. I'm sure your presence is going to tell us that when it's time for you to address us. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. It's an esteemed principal officers of the University of Benin, the deans of the schools and the institute under the college, the dedicated members of the local organizing committee. Please give yourself a round of applause. You've been very wonderful. And our sponsors and friends and the tireless volunteers who have worked behind the scenes to make this event possible. Without your collective efforts, this conference would not have achieved excellence we all anticipate. Our content is packed with enriching sessions designed to inspire and inform the participants. And I'm sure you agree with me with the trend of presentations you have started to hear this morning. We kick off with a keynote lecture to be given by a distinguished expert, Professor of Chemical Pathology and Toxicology, Professor John Aneto, who just retired from the University of Ibadan. I'm sure this is going to stimulate. Please put your hands together for me. This conference is not just about dialogue, it's about actionable strategies to bridge a gap between research and health, enhance patient outcomes, and build a robust health workforce with expertise. We are particularly excited about this conference because of the opportunity of bringing fresh perspective on global health challenges. As we delve into today's agenda, let us remember the core purpose, which is to bridge the gap between research and real-world application, ensuring that innovations in medical sciences translate into tangible benefits for our communities. In closing, I urge each and every one of us to actively engage, question, collaborate, and lead this conference invigorated to drive change in our respective fields. Together, we can turn the trajectory of Nigeria healthcare towards sustainability and excellence. Thank you once again for being here, and I wish you all a productive, insightful, and memorable experience. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please put our hands together one more time for the chairman, LOC, Professor Kayode. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and I have the privilege to call to the microphone for his address, the Provost College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin, Professor Wilson Sadu. Professor.
Chancellor, Professor Adoba Bright Morigi, SAN, here ably represented by the BBC academics, Professor Binewapa. Thanks for coming, sir. Being here present, thank you for the massive support so far. I also want to quickly acknowledge some of our elders here. Professor Bassalan, thank you for gracing this occasion. We are a big gladiator and you can't hide, but thank you, sir, for coming. We also want to quickly acknowledge the Dean of Education, always reading. Thank you for coming. He will be one of our guest speakers. Other elders here, Professor Mrs. Brown, thank you, ma'am, for coming. Also to quickly acknowledge our guest speaker, Professor John Amoto. Thank you for coming from Ibadan/Abidjan. I'm indeed very pleased to be here. I'm so happy to be here that we are seeing the third installation of the College of Medical Sciences Conference. It started out as a dream, but today, I guess we are grand that the college conference has come to stay. Thank you very much for being part of it. Marvelous. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the third scientific conference of the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin. Since the last conference, the college has grown to include the Faculty of Nursing Sciences, and we are looking forward to more along that line. We appreciate the Vice Chancellor for the kind gesture, and I'm looking forward to more growth. We appreciate the Vice Chancellor, and we are pleasantly anticipating further developments with the new faculty with regards to infrastructure and personnel so that they will be properly seated. The college is grateful to the Vice Chancellor for other development within the college, which include the installation of chairs in the new lecture theatre, popularly called the Professor Lilian Salami Lecture Theatre. The twin lecture theatre within the hospital has been expanded to include 200 seats. They've been upgraded to 200 seater capacity now. And he has graciously approved 50 seats in the large room within the complex that the Provost Office is doing out for a postgraduate lecture room / conference room. So for administrative meetings, etc. We're also expecting an additional office block to be sited within the University of Benin. I learned that the builder is anxious to start. We hope we will start and they will have that office block very soon. We're also looking forward to medical students hostel within the main campus of the university. That's an additional one. For all of this, we acknowledge the interest shown by our Vice Chancellor in the college by executing all these important projects within the first few months of his administration. I thought we should clap for them. I also like to announce, for those who are not yet aware, that the college is
University of Benin is one of the recipients, one of 18 universities that is a recipient of the federal government's /TED Fund Special Impact Intervention for medical schools in which 4 disciplines, pharmacy, dentistry, medicine, and nursing, will be upgraded to accommodate their currently approved quotas. We are grateful to Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the dear Vice Chancellor for this grand gesture. It is our belief and hope that in due course, other health-related disciplines will be included in the process. The theme for this year's conference is Back to Basics, the role of foundational and translational science into the developing world. The importance and workings of this theme is crystallized in one of the themes, translating evidence into impact, bridging the gap between research and health. The players in the health space are within the college, all of us, and we must work together to make this happen. Now, how we are able to do this is assessed in each conference in the quality of abstract that are presented and the quality of overall academic output. This academic arena, referring to the conference now, showcase our current activities, provides opportunities for collaboration with potential partners to seeing the clinical endpoint of our basic research. This year, our guest speaker is a clinical chemist and a toxicologist. Although he's based in the University of Benin, in Ibadan, he's a professor of chemical pathology and toxicology of international repute. We welcome Professor John Anector to the University of Benin to deliver the goods with respect to the theme of the conference. We are grateful to him for accepting our invitation as guest speaker. The scientific content of this conference is enriched with a great abstract we shall be listening to. We were welcomed with the first set this morning. They are drawn from various fields in the college. It's particularly heartwarming that in this year's conference, we have instituted the Provost Prizes for the best 3 abstracts. Winners will go home with prizes ranging from 30,000 to 70,000 to start with. I thought we would clap for that. We are hoping that this will encourage faculties not only to do impactful research, but also to send them in for presentation at the conference. The abstract, as usual, will be included in the book of proceedings that will be published by the college journal, and it will count towards your promotion because of the rigors involved in setting your abstracts. The college is grateful to the college conference local organizing committee led by Professor Kayode. He and his team have been working very hard to surmount the different obstacles, and indeed there were obstacles, and achieve a successful conference. We deeply appreciate our efforts. I also want to quickly thank all our deans and directors in the college for the massive support they have been giving so far. I'd like to thank the entire local organizing committee for this massive last push. We know that it will take us to the promised land. If you believe that, just raise your hands. We will get to the promised land. We also acknowledge the grateful hearts, the financial and moral support received from our brand new Chief Medical Director of UBTH, Professor Idia Yamu, the medical directors of many health facilities in Benin City. Our friends and alumni have contributed to the success of this conference. We say thank you. Finally, I wish us all fruitful deliberations in the 3rd College of Medical Sciences Conference. Thank you all for coming. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Is that all you can do for the provost and host of this conference, Professor Wilson Sadu? Just before I bring for the next item, permits me to quickly recognize some persons in our midst this morning. I'd like to recognize Dr. of the Department of Anatomy. You're welcome. Doctor, please put your hands together for them. Dr. Mrs. M.I. Omigie from the Department of Physiology. Dr. Akago Stephen, Department of Medical Biochemistry. Professor Abimbola Adeyi. Dr. P. Rofo. Dr. Professor Sonny Okegbeme, HOD Community Dental Health. You're welcome. Dr. Akande Agbebako, thank you for joining us. All right, next is a musical interlude. We've been having talks and presentations before we call on the Vice Chancellor to formally declare this conference open. I'd like to bring on stage for a musical interlude a 400 level physiotherapy student of this great university, University of Benin, Sonodun, but goes by the stage name, Sax. Please can we welcome him? Very much. That's another product from the University of Benin, Michael Sachs. God bless you. We appreciate you. If you love good things, please clap for him one more time. When we see our students doing well, I know that Professor Kayode is always renowned for that. He's always projecting his students, and I'm not surprised that he's from physiotherapy, Department of Physiotherapy. Thank you so much. God bless you one more time. I'd like to quickly recognize Dr. and the Secretary Namda. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Without wasting much time, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor and privilege to call to the microphone for the welcome address. It's the chairman of this occasion, and to formally declare this conference open. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Edoba Bright Omoege, SAN, represented here today by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Professor Victor Ibomereka. Round of applause.
of Medical Sciences, Professor Rosi Sado. Yes, lecturer today, Professor John Victor. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Vice Chancellor, Professor Wright Adoba Merigo has sent me to represent him in this occasion. It's very, very busy right now in the office. He asked me to send his apologies for not being able to physically make it. He has asked me to come and represent him. And I'm going to deliver the address that he gave to me to deliver in this possible. Protocol. I am known to be here at the College of Medical Sciences third annual scientific conference. Today's ceremony is important as it creates an avenue to re-examine the foundations of medical sciences and its application in addressing the complex health challenges faced by our developing world. The theme, back to basics, the role of foundational and translational sciences, developing world, is edge medical technologies and innovative treatments also dominate the discourse. It is essential to revisit the foundational medical sciences that underpin all medical advancements and their impacts on the development of our great university. Foundational sciences provide the principles and frameworks that guide our understanding of human health and diseases. They form our diagnosis, treatment, and prevention strategies, essential for the development of new therapies and interventions. Translational disciplines such as clinical traits, distance research, the critical role in scientific discovery and practical application. The idea is to take the knowledge gained from foundational sciences and apply it to real-world problems, improving outcomes in public health generally. Foundational medical sciences and translational disciplines will be devastated. These sciences will be key to unlocking new vistas, enhancing our capacity for innovation, and solving problems that are unique in our context. Is to create solutions that are relevant, sustainable, and impactful. As we commence this conference, I encourage you all to engage fully, to challenge ideas, and to seek new partnerships. Let us use this platform to share knowledge, but also to forge connections that will propel us in our quest for medical excellence and improve their outcomes. At this juncture, let me register my appreciation to the chief organizer, Provost, College of Medical Sciences, Professor Wilson Sado, others working with him committedly at this auspicious conference. Speakers and participants, your contributions will undoubtedly to discuss and inspire new avenues of research and collaborations. I thank you very sincerely for listening. Professor Edoba Bright America, SCM, Vice Chancellor.
St. Global Task Force on Newborn Screening, representing Nigeria. Presently, he's also the chair of the African Federation of Clinical Chemistry Committee on Traceability and Standardization in Laboratory Medicine. He is part of the WHO and IFCC as a new state actor. Professor Anito was previously the Medical Laboratory Services Manager at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, IITA Ibadan, for almost 15 years before he changed careers to academic laboratory medicine at University of Ibadan. Professor John Aneto's areas of research include investigation of toxic states and their amelioration with nutritional factors and the pathobiology of micronutrients, embracing antioxidant hypotheses, molecular involvement, and their health implications. He has published over 175 papers in learning peer-reviewed journals, including a book and chapters in books. He has supervised over 30 master's students, over 15 PhD students, many of whom are now professors in their labs. He has been a recipient of many fellowships and grants. We have with us today a scholar, a distinguished one at that, a reputable profession, one who has contributed to the medical laboratory science development in Nigeria and globally. Please join me to welcome to this podium Professor John Anito to deliver the keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. So, SAN, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor V. the Provost of the College of Medicine, Professor Wilson Sado, members of the University Medical Team, professors, lecturers, invited guests, students, very importantly, ladies and gentlemen. I also mention the chairman, the indefatigable chairman of the local organizing committee, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor has just met this morning. Thank you all for coming. This is my second appearance in this great hall of the great University of Benin. I wasn't lucky to attend this great university. I attended the University of Ibadan. The first time, actually, my career started in this city. I worked for about 2 years after my NYSC at the sadly now defunct hospital at GRA Benin. It used to be one of the private hospitals in this country. Sadly, it has gone down the drain. Then this memory, this lecture hall also brings back very pleasant memory. This was where I delivered my first scientific paper in 1983. Yes. So I am honestly very delighted to be here. The theme of today's lecture is back to the conference is back to the basics. We need a foundational and translational science in a developing world. Nothing could be more apt. I have tried to synthesize all that into something that I think will be acceptable to you. I called my own science, the Department of Translational Medical Research and Healthcare for Resilient Health Systems in the developing world. As we all know, basic science is the foundation. It is the foundation. So I must commend the organizer for coming up with that. But when you make your foundation, which is your approach, you are likely to grow. So before I move on, I wish to declare that I do not have conflict of interest. I said that I'm passionate about science. I call myself a student of science. I will be guided by this the outline, preeminence of basic science, transitional research, some global dynamic, humanity through science, some specifics. When what I will do later, because for pedagogy, we need people can mentor. I just told the chairman that I forgot to insert one slide because I'm dedicating this lecture to my mentor. He died on the 8th of July. Some of you may have heard about her. Professor Emerita, Grace Oladuni Fellow, 1937 to 2025. She was a wonderful mentor. Even to the week she died, I retired on the 1st of May. She was still mentoring me. So we need people like that. So I dedicate this lecture to her memories. Of course, some admirations, conclusions, recommendations of your. It is probably apt to begin with something which I consider important, good branding in the basic sciences. This comes from somebody who I'm sure you are familiar with, Professor Robert Murray. Nowadays, this preeminent biochemistry book to be called illustrated by a review of biochemistry by Murray. He said, as long as medical treatment is firmly grounded in the knowledge of biochemistry and other basic sciences, the practice of medicine will have a rational basis that can be adapted to accommodate knowledge. As I've been referring to this fellow so many times. Now, Professor is a very interesting character. His background is in medicine. He's still alive, a professor of biochemistry at the University of Toronto. He holds 2 PhDs, one in physiology, one in biochemistry. I think about 2 or 3 MScs. And I will tell you the kind, most of them in basic science. Now, somebody else who also is a giant in basic science is what's his name? We call him Kelvin. You know, he says to know something. And how do you know something? You cannot know anything if you do not understand the basics. So again, I pray your indulgence to continue. Say, I often say that when you can measure what you are speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. But when you cannot measure it, then you cannot express it in numbers. The knowledge is of meager and a satisfactory kind. It may be the degree of knowledge, but you have scarcely your thoughts advanced to the state of science, whatever the matter may be. So that is it. And basic science is translational research. Will be based on some knowledge of basic science. Now, again, I quote somebody like of Emerson, I call it the Emerson dictum. He said, "He shall be like a God unto me, who can define and divide." And that's Ralph Waldo Emerson. This is a loaded comment. What he actually meant is that you will be a God to him if you can define, that is, if you understood the theory of whatever you are talking about, that is the best. You can divide, that is, you can apply, you can translate, and that's what we are talking about today, translational medicine. So, before we move on, I want to ask you, is basic science important in translational research? From the comments, message given by the Vice Chancellor, we all agree that it is important. Before we also move on, let's look at what I call the global dynamic. The global scientific enterprise is on the upsurge. It was said that between 2013 and 2016, the output increased by about 21%. There were about 7.8 million investigators all over the world. But you ask yourself, what is our own contribution in this regard? Wrote something I think in 2016 or 2013, and then I was looking, nations that were struggling, and sadly Nigeria was not there. He mentioned Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, Malawi. This, according to him, are pulling their weight. So my message is very simple this morning, is to raise our appetite, to stimulate us, to pull our weight, so that some other time when Bob is writing, Nigeria will be in the list. So, and how do we get involved along that pathway? And I want to remind you about the comment by Thomas Mallow, said the academic community is based on basic knowledge, and this is driven by the academic community. And then we ask ourselves, what is the responsibility of an academic community? According to Mallow, the academic community is the physical generator, integrator, disseminator, and custodian of knowledge. This requires that we have a sound basic background. So the theme selected by the University of Benin is something very, very important that should lead us along the right pathway to meet a resilient health system. So we just refresh our minds about basic. So majority of the technical advances in clinical and medical, the majority of technical advances in clinical medicine originate from basic science, often from completely unexpected areas of research. Why I'm saying this is that I don't want to mention the name, but I was told that one head of state, I didn't really see it, people kept putting it, said that disciplines like sociology, I think I can't remember the second one, should have no place in the curriculum of universities. And for me, that is rather mild. They said it should be things like maybe medicine, maybe foundational disciplines. All these roles will have the ways. So that is it. We shall be saying so many cases to tell you of the foundation or the prime place. It's not just in science occupy. And of course, it is believed that the university researchers who provide industry, university researchers are the ones that provide industry with truly innovative concepts that can be translated to product, not the converse. According to Gosha Ledbeck, a Nobel laureate of 1958, who famously said, not to improve structures, but to be great scientists, to reconstruct themselves as called for by scientific opportunity. So we should take every advantage we have to develop the basic science because of their foundational nature. Now, many of us here are in the medical sciences. I don't know how many of you have heard about William Osler. Sir William Osler was a physician. He's actually called the father of modern medicine. He was originally a Canadian who moved to the United Kingdom. The foundational nature of certain sciences. Even though he was a physician, look at what he said about pathology. He said, your clinical skills will be as good as your understanding of pathology. In other words, pathology is a basic medical science which you require to for you to build up for your clinical skills, whatever surgeon, pediatrician, whatever you become. So you are a physician committed to the basic sciences and applications to medical practice. So this essentially, to some extent, illustrates the importance of basic science. So again, like I said when I was talking about the head of total sales society should remove from the curricula of universities. Many people have made these mistakes. I said learning from the Swedish booth. The different Swedish National Board for Technical Development, there was a grant-giving body, has taught the scientific world a lesson. This body received the funding from the pioneering scientists, and has, who developed ultrasound and echocardiography for biomedical use. The Swedish, I don't know whether you understand. At the time they came up with the ideas were considered worthless. But look at what happened later. Most of us in medicine know the very important role ultrasound and echocardiography plays today. But at the beginning, talking about basic science, their contribution was not recognized. So the inventions were not believed to have any practical applications, but today. So for us, this is a lesson, and this is one reason why we should pay attention to the basic sciences. Now, some funding organizations demand connection with industry. It doesn't necessarily have to be so. You just let the basic science itself, to go on. Later you'll be talking about application. So scientifically, the relevant criteria such as good contacts with industry are to be for the research funding should be avoided. Northern and colleagues about 3 decades ago demonstrated that industry-supported research to patentable ideas. And I think this should be comforting for those of us in the investing community. The investigators noted that on the contrary, 73% of all patents were based on findings within the domain of basic research funded by government or non-profit organizations, domicile, universities and related institutes. This, for me, again, illustrates the importance of foundational science. You might not be able to listen to this, but I'll just say something about this. It's about Linus Pauling. I'm going to mention him so many times. I don't know how many of you have heard about Linus Pauling. He was a double Nobel laureate. He won the prize in chemistry and won the Nobel Prize in the peace. Remember the atomic world and the atomic bomb. I think in August they celebrated the 80th explosion of the atomic bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now, that scientists were just more interested in this to show how powerful they were. So even though he was part of the idea because he was a very brilliant person, but at a stage, you have called him aside and said, Linus, instead of using your brain to destroy the world, why don't you try to bring your friends together and think of something that will bring peace? So, because he was highly respected, he listened to the wife, brought back many people, brought together many people, he started writing letters all over the world. And that was what led to the removal of destructive armament. So he's well known. But one thing about him, we shall be seeing that later, is that he loved chemistry. And he believed that to move from discipline to discipline, we have a very sound grounding in even applied science. Your basic science was very good. And commonly he talked about physics and chemistry. At times you will add mathematics. These are, and he said that once you are very well grounded in this discipline, there's nothing else in the world you cannot cope with. And this has been illustrated by some of the things he did in life. I don't know how many of you have heard of LPI, the Manufacturing Institute, based in Oregon, United States. It is the most renowned center for micronutrients in the world. This was established by a man who was purely chemistry and purely a chemist. And then he was also known for discipline, was a traditional person. We don't believe that he was one of the people who received the chain of sickle cell disease. He brought together many people, many physicians to work in so many areas. Even background of the chemistry today is known as one of the traditional members of molecular biology in his time. So this again illustrates the importance of basic science. Now, currently, many people are thinking of how to bring basic science into clinical science. You know, there's a big center which I will encourage you to try and Google about. It's called the Wheelwright Institute of Molecular Medicine. It's at the University of Oxford. They took to the medical school of the University of Oxford, which was established to encourage scientists in basic areas to interact with clinical scientists. It encourages close integration of basic clinical scientists, generating the critical mass for scientific expertise and facilities that attracted both non-clinical scientists in molecular medicine. And this is an area that is really thriving. They are sending out scientists to different centers in the world, again illustrating the basis of medical science, basic medical science for the progress of conventional medicine and ultimately healthcare system. Now, at this center, scientists are encouraged to interact in the central social facility through frequent seminars. Annually, the entire staff meets outside the medical research, just like you are doing. You know, time I think of this, I ask, what is happening to us? I shall be referring to this later. The world is trying to come together. But for me, I just retired recently, and I think it is actually a sad development. We appear to be erecting concrete walls. Concrete walls. But people are coming together, fusing together. There's also a very big center in the United Kingdom now. They said it was purposely built so that people will be knocking heads. Those were where the rules. So that people will be knocking heads. Scientists will be interacting. Scientists, tested with people from molecular biology, from chemistry, physics to interact. And then many of us, and that's why I think this is very important for pedagogy. You see, what has mathematics got to do with it? What has chemistry got? It is sad. Some years ago, I was introduced as a professor of chemical pathology in Greece. And then later, they came to me and introduced herself from, I think, Cornell University, that he's, anyway, he said he's a professor in the Department of Medicine, but he's a professor of mathematics. Professor of mathematics in the Department of Medicine. So when I'm stressing this is because of the things we do. You see, today you talk about modeling, you talk about painting, it's all these interactions that we are doing. We bring all these things about. So there are things for us to consider, and again, I congratulate the team that put this together. Now, again, talking about Linus Pauling, she's a very good scientist I'm fond of. I don't know how many of you have heard of vitamin C and the common cold, what is called the mega vitaminosis, that increased intake of high dose of vitamin C can prevent you from getting common cold. This man, chemistry, establish leading micro center. You can be the FPI. You know, so that is the congratulating you, thanking you. You don't do so many people. So again, the importance of basic medical sciences. So I'll just take something fairly long here, but don't worry. So translational medicine focuses on the conversion, Vice Chancellor has said, but just like of basic biomedical research into practical application, first bridging the research to application gap, bench to bedside. Translational medical research is increasingly recognized as important to the National Health Service of many nations. There should be focus on translational medicine, and both clinicians and scientists should work in collaboration to mitigate health effects of inevitable problems because of the focus in chemical pathology and toxicology as a chemical problem. Translational medicine provides a means for the rapid translation of discoveries in the laboratories into clinical practice. The astonishing advances in understanding the fundamentals of life have not translated into equally astonishing improvement in human health. This is because we do not bring together, just like I mentioned in the case of the ultrasound and all that. This observation was indirectly led to the establishment of the National Academy of Science of the United States of America on March 3rd, 1836, by President Abraham Lincoln. We established an act that created an independent corporation, and the charge was to investigate, examine, experiment, and report upon any subject of science or art to do so by the American government. First, in the middle of the Civil War, the National Academy of Science was born, an admirable scientific body that has served the American nation incredibly. That's what we also need in this country. You know, a national board of fresh interact to bring heads together and solve problems, and of course, we must not diverse basic medical science from that. So following on that, there is a center in America called the PCORI, Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute. So I am saying all this so that whether you like it or not, Benin may be the birthplace of ideas like this. The Patient-Centered Outcome Research Institute has a narrow focus. In line with the broad objective of translational medicine, the PCORI's purpose is to assist patients, clients, users, and policymakers in making informed health decisions by advancing the quality and relevance of evidence, which can only come from basic science, regarding ways in which a broad range of health conditions can be prevented, diagnosed, treated, monitored, and managed through research, evidence synthesis, and considers variation in different subpopulations. Today we talk of personalized medicine. What is specific to X, what is specific, it does not an omnibus. So basic science provides that contribution. This non-governmental agency is also charged with dissemination of research findings with respect to the health bodies. The ultimate goal of PCORI is to improve patient outcomes, patient outcome, translational, by using the clinical technology, techniques, and medications in existence as determined by the best available research evidence, which of course comes from basic science. This is what developing world like Nigeria, scientists and practitioners are the frontiers of a similar situation in Nigeria, and teaching safe to the next generation of scientists and practitioners like the students that are sitting before us this morning. Now, as I already said that we are erecting bridges, and I now ask, so is there a need for cordiality between science and applied research or science? This gives a scientific base to the nation's healthcare when there is that cordiality. Scientists are disproportionately charged to use science to improve the nation's health system. as initiated by Laura and Corey. Are we doing this, or are there impediments? Are we erecting impediments? You know, just like Bill said, we have to break down barriers. We have to break down barriers to have one available. If we put impediments in the way of scientists, then we are literally contributing to the disturbing healthcare system disparities as we currently have in Nigeria and also the developing world. This may not be clear to just trying to illustrate some of the situations in many developing world. And this also, but don't worry. Similarly, changes in various parts of the world and allocation of resources. So we just move on. This is also the same thing. Sit down to listen to them. So now, strengthening health systems in the developing world. The WHO refers to health systems as the sum total of all the organizations, institutions, and resources whose primary purpose is to improve health. So what as an individual, system requires the following: robust funding mechanisms. Unfortunately, we didn't see those graphs I do. We look at the allocation of funds and we ask, are we prepared for the restoring health system with the quality of funding that we have during? First, I dare say that we are very lucky in this part of the world. I'm not boasting, but Nigeria has one of the best well-trained workforce. Recently, there was a post on WhatsApp. I don't know how many have seen. They were looking at the 10 best medical schools in Africa. Nigeria put that list. So, and I was happy when the MC said Unibank products. I don't want to talk about it. So the products are good. But the question is, are they well paid? Today we talk about brain drain. The Yorubas call it japa. Our best brains are going fruit because we are not providing them with the right facilities to practice their profession, and above all, the paltry remuneration that they are paid. I don't know if the strike has started now. And I'm happy I'm out of the university now because each time the people are going to talk about strike, I'm always unhappy. But there's been one unfortunately, the strike will take off. There will be a lot of damage. Then later they will come and negotiate, but there are so many things that you cannot resolve that you have done, particularly if there are lives that are missed. So, this aspect, which is part of what the bill defines as what is required for strengthening the health system. So, there are some leaders here today. I would have been happy to see either the Commissioner of Health or Permanent Secretary, they can take the message home to them. Now, the third thing is reliable information to base decisions and policies. I think we still have that. People are managing research data for information. Then maintain facilities and logistics to deliver quality medicine and technologies. I told you just back one of our very senior professors, Professor Olagunmo Taylor. Now, I had to work around the university because since I retired, I've stayed in Abuja. The only time I visit the university, I tried to walk around, and my heart was bleeding. Seeing what the University College Hospital and the University of Ibadan are now, comparing them to in our undergraduate days. The first time I went outside this country and saw the facilities, I was at the University of Aberdeen. And then I was comparing notes. I was very happy that I trained at Ibadan. But it cannot be so today. Things have really gone down. So facilities have to be maintained. So the above elements are part of so-called foreign duty to strengthen health systems in the developing world one of the key strategies for fighting poverty and the health problems that we have. We haven't talked about strengthening the health system. Again, I will bring on was Palmer, talking about the preeminence of basic science. And according to him, 50 years ago, I was recommending to students at Caltech, whether the Caltech, I don't know if you have heard about Caltech, it's a great university for advice to study chemistry intensely, even if that was not their major. And it's probably again, if you are interested in science, I think a good thing for you to do, a good thing is for you to get smart training in the sciences, mathematics, and physics. And of course, we have illustrated this by the establishment of the Linus Pauling Institute. So I alluded to this. Today we talk about artificial intelligence, artificial medicine, AI, machine learning. Where do they really come from? From basic science. But in our country, what are we doing? We are ostracizing the basic scientists from ourselves. It should not be. If you kill your source, you dry up. So let us try, and that is what is happening now. Some of us are lucky that we are getting away, but the younger ones must embrace integration of the basic science, which is what is leading artificial intelligence, mathematics, statistics. These are things that must be embraced in the practice. So you are machine learning to create knowledge identical with human intelligence is pervasive. What are the roots? The roots, of course, are the basic sciences, which we must also try to embrace. It's almost like this when you see him in life at the University of Toronto. You see him shortly after this again, say, breaking down barriers, biochemistry, the common language of the life sciences. And it is true. Talk of molecular biology, talk of biotechnology, talk of bioinformatics, name that today are playing a very important part of medicine or medical care. It's biochemistry. Say, life as we know it depends on biochemical reactions. There's no argument about this. In one accord, if not, there will be a disorder. In fact, the old barriers among the life sciences are breaking down, and biochemistry is increasingly becoming their common language. So, and that is it. And then he exemplified this with his life. You can see his chain of degrees, MD, MSc, PhD, Professor Emeritus, University of Biochemistry, University of Toronto. And many of us who have used his book will know about the contribution of his very sound science in the basic sound training in the basic sciences. And that, in my mind, is something to emulate. Okay, that's him again. You see him there. He said, lifelong learning. So how do you bring all these sciences together? You can bring lifelong learning. I think it was 2019 or 2020. Said on continuous learning, coping mechanism. And of course, that's how we embrace. So I hope during this current conference, we have provisions for people in the basic medical sciences, even the sciences, or even sociology, or the social sciences, to interact with us, to propagate ideas. That is how we make progress. Good. This is a favorite slide of mine. I ask all of us, basic science and transitional healthcare, are they gladiators or collaborators? From what I have said so far, they should be collaborators. And again, I will just digress to say this. I have been to many places in this world. Nigeria is one of the few countries where there is so much disagreement, within professions and all that. And unfortunately, as much as we find, we are not really making any headway. Just like the two gladiators here, so not just basic science now. People really need to come together. Genuinely. I'll be talking about this later. I just returned from Namibia as a member of an international panel to evaluate the established program, a postgraduate program. Now, in that university, their faculty of health sciences is faculty of health science and veterinary medicine. That's the truth. You can Google it yourself. And at the center of it is the so-called School of Life Sciences. Pharmacy, nursing, public health, dentistry, surgery, movies. Everybody interacting together. And I was happy. I said, well, thank God. I came back on the 24th of August. I said, thank God I saw this before coming to give this one. Just to share my thoughts about how people are coming together. Today we talk about mind health. We should also be talking about one science, in practice, not just lip service. So I hope at the end of this conference, we also learn to collaborate with us. So in the pursuit of science, this is somebody telling us that, yes, we will be talking of science, and not just excellence, but what at the end of it related to people. So in the pursuit of science and academic excellence, the scientists in medicine must have a principal consideration that the final beneficiary must be the patient. This patient-oriented ethos should be one of the key touchstones of our profession, everything we do. And this is why I always ask when we fight among ourselves, I ask, who is at the receiving end? It is the patient. Various groups. You say pharmacy and so on, then we come medicine, medical science and all that, we fight. Who suffers? That single individual that we have taken out to serve, whatever it is, we will negate that, we will start attacking ourselves. Now, I think this will be very useful. We have admiration from the American Medical Association, which actually is many decades back. This is 1967. He said the increasing dependence of physicians, scientists, and health personnel upon each other has arisen because of the advances in the breadth of scientific knowledge, science. One of the many examples of this interdependence is American medical education. There are approximately 3 times as many PhDs as MDs. This was in 1967, engaged in teaching research in basic medical sciences. The changing pattern of medical care resulting from advances creates expanding demands for greater diversity of skills for increases in numbers of individuals in specialized fields of therapy and techniques. Of course, field of basic science. So as far back as 1967. So this was ahead of its time, and these are things for us to emulate. The element of scientific integrity must come in. I don't know. Somebody asked a question about ethics during the scientific presentation. That is very, very central. Now, this is Robert Feynman. He won the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1965. Described as one of the best brains America has produced. He said, scientific integrity is a principle of scientific thought that corresponds to a kind of utter honesty. So, in trying to translate basic science into translational research must bear in mind integrity. What things have happened. Very often we hear them say that some manuscripts have been withdrawn. So people are manipulating. Sadly, yes, they are advanced, but most of the that are recorded mostly come from India and China. Manipulating. So let it not be. Because this is the foundation. And once you manipulate, so things are not right, then of course we are putting all of us on a shaky foundation, because that is the foundation. So things as much as possible must be put right. Again, this brings me to a man who believes so much in basic science. I don't want to go talking about story, but many of you have heard about Harvard Medical School. This man, David Elsa, was the first full-time dean of the Harvard Medical School. He was actually originally at the University of Pennsylvania, and he believed so much in using or applying the basic science, particularly physiology and chemistry. And of course, in every university, you have politicians and so on. He wasn't to a member of the popular clique, antagonizing him. That was how Harvard got him. So he was described as a brilliant clinician, an excellent laboratory man or scientist, interested in the use of the laboratory, not for his own sake, but as an aid to understanding clinical problems. He believed that the scientific worker was a help to diagnosis as well as a guide to therapy. And this is the foundation of what Harvard is today. Everybody can study in Harvard Medical School. But every time here, this is the man that laid the foundation. So I also leave that to you as a challenge. So he is described today as Dean Emeritus, the architect of modern medicine in University of Harvard. This was a paper we published recently, but I thought I should put this here just to reinforce it. That is, in pursuit of incorporation of markers of oxidative stress in traditional biochemical panels in clinical chemistry, in risk assessment step in diagnosis and biotherapy. Essentially, what we are trying to say here is that today everybody talks about oxidative stress, but when you come to practice, what you still hear is sodium, potassium, bicarbonates, chloride, creatinine, urea, total You know, some of these new ideas about oxidative stress, particularly social glutathione, so these are things to consider. I was impressed when we heard somebody talking about oxidative stress, but yet we are only theoretical. This message from Nicholas Long from Imperial College London, things drives his point home. He says diversity in science plus medicine to future functional healthcare. And of course, this again is based on basic science. So, through a combination of chemistry, that's basic science, biology, basic science, imaging sciences, and medicine. Soon be able to discover how each one of our bodies works and what we need to stay healthy and live better life. Again, trying to stress the importance of basic science. So now we just ask ourselves what approach should be adopted. There are some things I saw from the University of North Dakota and I'm useful. So it should be this way: bench to bedside, laboratory to patient, classical clinical translation paradigm, where you can have trench to base, population to laboratory, translating epidemiological insights into experiment. And you can again have bench to train, to trade, laboratory to population, communicating epidemiological outcomes to the public. I heard some of the people presented on dengue fever appear to be people who are looking at some of these approaches, and these are things I want to leave you to think about. Then, of course, transition from basic research to clinical or translational research. Basic biomedical lab science, confirmation, clinical trial, broader use, implications of population, and of course, improvement of the broad population. These are things that are elements of clinical, of translational research. So there are a few reports I just want to mention here, some of my own personal research, which I call research that could be translated. We looked at women in the third trimester and the cadmium level. I don't know how many of what cadmium is a toxicant and is an environmental toxicant that is present in constituents, in paint, in towers, in cigarette smoke. You know? So we're trying to look at what is the possible influence on the as it were. And of course, as you can see here, the death rate was here in those that had higher cadmium level and so on. Now, something very interesting. You can see that from the non-pregnancy, the first trimester, the second trimester, and the third trimester, the cadmium level was rising. But there's something we are more interested in here, and that is zinc. Zinc is something that many people don't know how important it is. It is a great metabolite, and I'm happy that apart from following, advanced centers are now beginning to suggest that zinc should also be given to pregnant women. So you can see this zinc pattern in pregnancy was on the different. So at the end, I will ask. So of course, you can see all the parameters, cadmium, zinc, iron, copper, and so on, but that's not the message. Then again, I just wanted to remind us here about the role of zinc. Zinc, the role of pressure gene, the oxidative stress, the cell cycle, roles like that. It's considered part of the world, zinc is most deficient. From the study, even though I didn't go into detail, what did we find? We found there were similar cadmium levels in both the first and second trimesters of pregnancy, with significantly increased level in the third trimester compared to the pregnant and the first and second trimester. Importantly, zinc level was significantly reduced in the third trimester compared with the first and second trimester. So actually, there was actually an inverse correlation between zinc and cadmium. So the third trimester with low zinc level, therefore, exhibited the higher cadmium level associated with that proportion of low birth weight. Most of the people, children that had low birth weight were in that category, about 33%. Cadmium was inversely correlated with developmental indices. So this is the main thing. This data suggests that the third trimester is critical, the critical phase of pregnancy, which cadmium elicits its toxic effect. The zinc, which is a metabolic antagonist of zinc, as the driving factor. Therefore, the third trimester is the phase to target the risk assessment, communication, and management. This is something I think, and we have tried to do this in Ibadan, encourage women to take consumed sources of zinc to boost their zinc level. Apart from their physiological requirement, because as I've shown, for development and what have you, the situations of environmental pollution with zinc. And many of you talk about antioxidant. Zinc is such an antioxidant. It is very potent anti-copper zinc superoxide dismutase. So this is something we think is can be translated. Then of course, just illustrating to bedside, the foundational rule of basic science. I know that many of you know about this, but it's something that you need to be reminded about. So what are we saying? The total picture is taking science from the, okay. No, I don't worry. I'll round up now. Yes, thank you. So my time is short. This is another research which I thought I should show a few things. You know, in my one of our studies, many of you talk about cement. Everywhere we should be. We try to compare some of the constituents of cement and our colleagues in America. We found that certain constituents like cadmium were higher in cement from Nigeria than that of the United States. So, because I'm told that my time is limited, so I'll just rush a few things. One of the things I want to say is that there is a photo of the scientific bodies in the world, the Society of Science, say, is a bar. That is, take no one's word for it. Take no one's word for it. So, whatever science you are doing, it must be this. We don't say it must be so we must present the evidence. So there's what we call the two sector of science. These are various stages. Again, I don't want to go too much into that, but we can quickly go to the two sector. What does it mean? That prevailing paradigm tend to freeze progress indirectly by creating mental obstacles to creative ideas, and directly by, for instance, research fund, just like we saw in the case of the ultrasound and what have you. That what researchers call anomalies that do not fit paradigm eventually lead to paradigm collapse, and that may lead to progress. But this another scientist, a chemist, to that from drugs, even from chemistry, to that. If you have seen this lady who tried very recently about CRISPR, the promise of basic science, the bacterial CRISPR Cas9, the viral defense system could be programmed to edit genomic DNA. This is really happening in life. Surprise. Suppressing speed from the these are the things from science. Then of course, we don't have time to do so. The intersection between basic science and traditional research, mainly from dermatology, and see the various studies, the clinic, and so on. So these are the things we should do with basic science. I don't know how many of you have heard about Prasad. Actually, the person who is still alive discovered zinc. That is a useful nutrient. And of course, that type of scientific video we want to replicate to our students who are here. You can see when zinc is deficient, it can lead to dysphysia. It can also lead to hypogonadism. Prasad was a physician, but he improved the principle of science and that led to the discovery of zinc. And today, zinc is called the father of zinc. Now, of course, what happens at the Nobel Prize in Stockholm? So, Stockholm approach interdisciplinary and collaborative research. Doing basic science, we said ideas and critical thinking are developed from multiple perspectives, then involving basic science, allowing greater creativity and synthesis of ideas. Today, in Nobel Prize, people come from biology, they come from they work together. And also, basic science is the foundation. Again, we don't have more time, but that there's something called anti-disease. So when disease, useful. But later it was found that some constituents were interfering with cadmium metabolism, and that disease or disease in Japan was actually an issue in Malaysia. So this is science. They also have heard of Carson, who wrote a great book I encourage you to try and read. You know, Silent Spring. He was a professor, well, not a professor, he was a scientist in zoology. And he used that today when you talk of environmental health and whatever. This is the foundation, sound. When we heard about what help, what about DNA, vaccine and click. You know, Watson was a zoologist. But think of the PCR and so on, everything started from there. And of course, he has a center that is called the Cold Spring Herbal Laboratory. From that laboratory, there are at least about 12 Nobel laureates. You know, it's sound. We have heard of thalidomide. I'm sure that the drug that was given to prevent nausea in pregnancy that led to people. This was useful because it's investigated through basic science that we don't have too much time to go today. I was talking about medicine visit to the University of Namibia, and through people are coming together, different science, at the center of it to have life sciences. You know, in Nigeria, what can we learn from this? Can Uniben be the starting point? That's a challenge for you. So sustainable development safe and share healthy lives and prevent well-being for all ages. And the Christian movement. How do we achieve this? We must think it about science as the basis for translational medical research for resilient health system. So, in rounding up, basic science is our request. I should caution that no scientific theory can be complete or proven in all cases. Theories that describe the complexity of nature must remain open to accommodate answers to questions we have thought of asking. The scientific method is associated with uncertainty and disconcerting, but is the pathway to progress. Open and provisional truth can be unnerving, but it is the best truth we have. Perhaps the surest way to maintain the appropriate reverence for the weekly elaborated universe we inhabit. Basic science is the taproot that anchors for all time. So, by way of summary, at least it's clear from the thoughts I've tried to use to stimulate you. Basic science is the taproot for translational research. It must be embraced and taught to the next, taught to the source we talk the other way, to the next generation of scientists and practitioners. Basic science and approach translational science should be collaborative. It should, it is the hope of health system reforms in the developing world. We must learn from the developed and integrate barriers between basic science and applied science to our detriment. So a few recommendations. Again, uphold basic science. Let break down boundaries. We should be focused on the field of excellence, resilient health system reform conscious. As I round up, I'm actually finishing, yes. The university where I did my postdoc, because today everybody wants to be jack of all trades, master of all. I don't want to say master of none. You see, that center, when you talk of academic toxicity and research, it is the leading center in the world. It's not Harvard, it's not Cambridge, it's not Oxford, but they have their focus. When you talk of arsenic, go to Google it with Professor Fukushima. They are focused. People, Nobel laureates, that's where I met some Nobel laureates physically in my life there. You come to that lab, it's not focused. So we can also do the same in this country, and maybe starting from the University of Benin. So I have come to the end. It remains for me to thank you people for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I haven't come as an expert. It's just to steer you to think of ideas. So I express my profound gratitude to the University of Benin, particularly the head, Professor Ibe Amadi, for endorsing my invitation to share my thoughts. I'm also grateful to the provost, his team, the College of Medicine and Medical Sciences, Professor W. Sado for the invitation. I also thank the Dean of the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences and other dean, Professor Sadolo and others, for accepting the suggestion that I lead this year's discourse. Very importantly, I am grateful to the chair of the local organization committee, distinct Professor Kayode Uke, and his team for his enthusiasm and industry, and for the help that led to my invitation. I am grateful to all others who, one way or the other, were involved in facilitating my presence here this afternoon. So my request is that we should let the conversation continue that basic science can be integrated into translational research. So I thank you. I'm sorry for advising. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Prof has shown that indeed he's a teacher. The OG, a great teacher. Can we celebrate Prof one more time? Thank you so much. That was a robust lecture, even though he said he was just sharing his thoughts. I'd like to appreciate you, sir, for taking out time. His lecture was detailed, sound, at his age, sharing his experience. I pray that God will continue to give you strength in the name of Jesus. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we enjoyed that address or that lecture. And one thing that was critical was that we should ensure that we engage more in collaborative works than being gladiators. So together, we can go farther in this field, but if we go our separate ways, we can only do what two. So once again, let's clap for the distinguished keynote address, keynote speaker for the third annual scientific conference of the College of Medical Sciences, University of Benin. I will deliver such a very outstanding address. I now have the honor, so please call back to the podium. Our keynote speaker for today, Professor John Aneto, and then to call on the Vice Chancellor for the presentation of the plaque. Can we celebrate him?
Robert Professor. This award of honor is presented to you in recognition of your exceptional contributions and unwavering support towards the third annual scientific conference with the theme back to the basics, the role of foundational and translational science in the developing world. So,
Take the seats. Seated here, your patience, you've been here since morning and you're still here. Thank you so much for your patience. I'd like to recognize very specially the Potent Dean, Faculty of Nursing Sciences, Professor F.U. Castle. You're welcome, sir. I have just been informed that the college has a presentation for the Vice Chancellor and the honor privilege of calling on the Provost, Professor Sandra. The Provost has graciously asked Professor Basohan to, on behalf of the college, make a presentation to the Vice Chancellor. Now we give him an applause. Professor Basohan steps forward to present this plan in appreciation to the Vice Chancellor for the support to the college on the occasion of this conference.
And a word of honor, the Vice Chancellor, the University of Video, for your support to the activities of the College of Medical Sciences in recognition too of exceptional contributions and unwavering support towards the third annual scientific conference, themed to the basics, the role of foundational and translational research in a developing world. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Good.
Please hold on. Please, there'll be a good photograph. Provost. LOC Chairman, yes, Secretary, please. The Deputy Provost, Professor Weaver, please step forward. Let's celebrate her. The Dean School of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Sadala, please join them. Professor Yorochi, so please join them as well. Professor Salgiadmo, please. Representative of dentistry, to please join them for the group photograph. Professor Mrs. George, please join them for the group photograph. Please again, judges. Please step forward. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Chairman, please, for the vote of thanks We all know this is a conference, it continues, but we'll do the closing formalities and then we'll proceed to the next item of the program. For students, please you just immediately after the session, we go straight to the gallery where school there to attend for.
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. We want to appreciate you and your presence here this afternoon. And the first assembly just stepped out of the auditorium. I want to thank you for the time that you spent, and I'm sure it has been very stimulating. Anyone who has listened to this topic or this lecture this afternoon will agree with me that we had a very stimulating lecture. And we once again put our hands together to our guest speaker. We want to very specially thank you, Professor Aneto, for this wonderful delivery that you have put for us this afternoon. And also to thank the very senior people who are here this afternoon and this. We appreciate your time and your presence. If you look at your program, I really don't want to do fruit of time now. I just want to make this announcement. We're supposed to have like a short break now, but I will just pray your indulgence. We'd like to take the plenary lecture, which I'm very, very convinced is just going to touch what we have just had before we do a break for tea. And what we are going to get is more than tea anyway. So just let's take this next couple of minutes. It's on medical pedagogy. And you will, at the end of this next couple of minutes, agree with me why you should let us take this. You know, this is still very hot. I'm sure you agree with me. And we should not allow it to go down close before we start it. I'd like the MC to come and do the usual way we invited the speaker. So please, I crave your indulgence. Let's just do this before we now close and come to another scintillating break. I'm sure it's more than tea. And again, you also don't need tea this hot afternoon. But what you need will be served to you. So thank you so much for your understanding. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Adeoke. We want to believe, yes, that what you're actually giving them is more than tea. All right. We now quickly welcome Professor Omar Ogiwa. Professor Ogiwa will be talking our first plenary session. Professor Omar Ogiwa, back to the basics, the role of foundational and translational science in the development. Professor Omar Ogiwa, please.
That's the introduction. Just a minute, let me thank you chair of the plenary session and which is okay. And just do that. So we omitted to earlier there's a chairman and a co-chair for this plenary session. So let's put our hands together as we make welcome Professor Vivian. Professor Farad, the chairman of this plenary session. Please, thank you. Thank you so much.
Senior colleagues and great university students. So welcome to the plenary session 1. And we've already introduced our speaker for this session, but I would like to do a proper introduction of our session speaker. He is Professor Samedi Kingsley. He's a professor of measurement and evaluation and the current dean of the Faculty of Education, University of Benin, Nigeria. His research interest focuses on comparative analysis, IRT, psychometric tests, test construction, and development of research instruments. Much of his inquiry and professional work has pursued models and procedures to support the monitoring of educational outcomes through system-wide school-level programs. Professor Omar Ogiwa has stayed steadfast in contribution to knowledge, as he had particularly been involved with using measurement and evaluation to establish and validate standards and developing teachers' assessment skills across Nigeria. He's a seasoned administrator and a distinguished measurement and evaluation intellectual, giving his multiple research productivity in the profession's prestigious journals. Professor O.K. Omar Ogiwa has thus advanced measures for monitoring growth, teacher effectiveness, and system-level performance to enable them to provide the assessment reforms that meet best global practices. He has, to his credit, 3 textbooks on research, SPSS, and measurement evaluation. Join me as speaker for this section, Professor O.K. Omar Ogiwa, who will be talking to us in the next 30 or 40 minutes.
Thank you very much. I know that the time is counting, so let me start to use it. I want to appreciate the organizers of this program and allow me to stand on already established protocol. And I want to appreciate the College of Medicine for counting it wise to ask me to speak on something that I spoke very close to in the last conference. And this time, I think it will be better. So let's just listen. And but allow me to say this quickly so that we'll be in agreement. The last, the keynote address speaker, I heard them call him a teacher. He's not a teacher, he's a lecturer. Yes, there's a difference between a teacher and a lecturer, but we'll not go into that now. You cannot be a teacher except you have a degree in education, and for that still, you are registered with the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria. What are you people? Lecturers. You can carry other names as mentors, instructors, and the others. So thank you very much. Okay, I think that's a good way to start. So medical education, a guide God gave. It's not on, is it? It's on the screen. So it's on now. Thank you very much. So we start by let me bring that back. You know, we tell teachers that a good teacher must have prepared for his lesson. And when he's teaching, his lesson should be with him. So these are PowerPoints on the screen, but my lesson is the one that I carry. So don't worry. By the time we finish, a lot of you will want to go and do the postgraduate diploma in education with the first step to admitting you to our profession. So pedagogy is another word for education, the profession and science of teaching. You see, that the teacher uses to teach, how he delivers his curriculum, and combination of these teaching methods is what comprises pedagogy. What instructors do, what you do in the course of teaching, and then what you ask the students to do, and then the learning assessments that you expose them to, which could be assignments, projects, and tasks that measure learning. The purpose of school is to learn, but until you assess learning, you can't determine whether learning has taken place. So that is a vital aspect of assessment in learning. We are not able to determine how much you have learned, except, of course, we go through that with some processes, which involves, like I said, already assignments, projects, and other tasks. Education pedagogy, the focus is really to be on what we now call today the open educational practices. That is, people who are not teachers who are involved in educational practices, and the medical profession happen to be one of it. And you see that there's no profession that do not involve education. That is why sometimes we in education will pride ourselves to say we are the border. Practicing and teaching in the field for developing and implementing the syllabus of undergraduate students, postgraduate students, as well as continuing professional development. Sorry, I said after becoming a doctor, as well, I've seen for the medical school for everyone. Thank you. So after the professional studies, when you have completed your program, the continuing professional development is still part of what medical pedagogy is about. There are different approaches that has to be considered in the course of developing the pedagogy for any training program. Since we are zeroing on the medical training program, they are also as relevant as it should be. We have 5 basic approaches. The first is the constructivist approach, which is based on a theory that says that learners construct their knowledge rather than just passively taking in the information. As people experience the world and reflect upon those experiences, they build their own representations and their knowledge from pre-existing knowledge. So in the constructive approach, the idea is that the learner is involved in generating knowledge. And by the time you have learned in an area, after a season, you should be able to contribute to knowledge in that area. Our experiences may not all be the same, and the experiences we have also join to shape the knowledge that we have. So if you are designing a curriculum, your experiences will come in, and it's expected that you don't just fully learn what you were taught, you should be able to contribute to learning. Then the collaborative learning approach involves students working together on activities or learning tasks in a group, which is usually small enough for everyone to participate. So sometimes you say, oh, you are giving group work, the numbers should be small enough for everyone to participate. Or some others will just be loafers, and then just a few end up doing it. 3 may be too small, 5 is good. Anything beyond 7 for group work is already a crowd. There are likely to be people who are not participating. Who will just, maybe if you say present the written form, contribute to the payment. Somebody will just say I will sponsor it. And that's their whole contribution. I'm sure that from the smile I'm seeing from some people, that is how it has been in some cases. So we don't allow the numbers to be too big. And even when you are getting students to be involved in collaborative studies, don't allow them pick themselves always. Make sure that the high flyers, the middle flyers, as well as the what do we call those ones? The Jelly Fellows. Make sure that they are involved. Make sure they are in a group. And you find out that most often than not, when you get from such a group, you get a well-balanced knowledge that they can produce. The reflective approach, essentially, the approach has to do with the instructor who's always thinking of how to improve his teaching. When I was employed to the university as an assistant lecturer in 2001, in the Faculty of Education, I found out that the greatest fear of most of our postgraduate students was the study of educational statistics. Incidentally, because of my background in education physics, in my first degree, and my NC was in mathematics and physics. So that was a place of joy for me. Of course, it wasn't long that some persons realized that I could be of help. How did they come to know that? Because when I go to class to teach, particularly in subjects like that, you must teach at a point, you must slow down when it gets to the issue of entering behavior. That is, what the students are supposed to know before they came to the class. If you are teaching, let me say an example, we are teaching simultaneous equation. the students should already know simple equations. They should know divisions, they should know multiplications. But most teachers will do that when they get to that point, they assume that you have known it and they run. But what I did was to make sure that when I get to that point, I slow down and make sure that I don't assume that entry behavior. So it wasn't long they identified me, and then they now started organizing tutorials and making me to teach. I told them there's no free lunch in Freetown, but it has to be such that everybody is happy at the end of the day. We didn't have to ask for too much. At that time, my salary was 47,000 naira. Even though if you convert it to dollars, maybe more than what I'm earning now. With the exchange rate then anyway. But that was the number. So I told them to register with 500 naira, tuition of 2,000, which is paid at their convenience. That is, you can only register 500. At the end of before we do 3 topics, you should have paid your 1,000. Before we get toward the end, you pay the other 1,000. Those who are worthy, they just pay everything at once. Those who are not so worthy, they stagger it. But one thing that ensured, I preferred, because I had all the categories and I loved all of them. So whether you pay at the beginning or you pay at the middle, I'm happy with you, because it always made sure that there was some money in my pocket. And I became like, I told them, I don't operate a loan business. So colleagues were coming when they found out that such lectures have started. Some come for 5,000 loan, 10,000 loan. I didn't charge interest because that's not my business. But I was giving and they were also returning back. But I kept good record. If after 2 months, your 5,000 loan you have not paid, I will remind you, you are still owing. Anywhere I see you, I say, what is it? So they pay up to. So maybe if I consider going into that kind of business, when I retire, I may make some money from there because I know how to collect my money. Okay, so let's make progress. So that is, the teacher must have if you consider reflective approach, that is the brain of development. That's the core of development in learning. The teacher must have a reflective approach in your design of your curriculum and delivery. Then interactive approach, teaching methods which allow learners to explore and gather, process, and refine present information about the topic they want to investigate without constraints imposed by traditional subject areas. You see, at least when it comes to interactive approach, the student must have attention level of learning in the area. And then we are now giving some area to explore on. And they can bring out the kind of knowledge that you never envisaged would come out. Particularly with the internet, where you can go ask for anything, and there will be an answer, and they will come up with so much. But we encourage that will be after they have received some basic learning in that area, so they know they are guided as to what to do. The inquiry-based approach, which usually involves personal thinking and development of skills and attitude, which are projects we ask them to do, basic research or research that you ask them to do, that falls under that category. Focus is this: in any system that learning takes place, we should be able to ensure that the curriculum is up to date. And when we talk about the curriculum, this is a deliberate of a planned and thoughtful course of action that will ultimately enhance the quality of impact of the learning experience for the students. The curriculum, every discipline has a curriculum. But this curriculum should not be fixed, because if there's anything that is permanent in this world, it's change. And we must identify the changes and move with it. The greatest challenge that has been in development in religion is that there are some dogmas and there are some rigid positions, and sometimes misinterpreted. So because of that, they are not able to change quick enough. Like the other day, I was in the YouTube and something prepared. And I heard that, but for, I can't remember his name exactly now, but for him, they were starving you, and yet they declared the potato as a devil's crop that was produced by the devil. And we were starving until this man now went ahead and then planted fields of potato and employed guards with armed guards as if to make sure that they say it's now for nobles. So but let the guards leave. So the hungry poor will come and pay. That. Before you know what's happening, everyone accepted potato as good enough for food. I also understand that there was a time that the fork that we used to eat now was bad from the table because it's considered as the devil's fork. That's what the devil uses. So all these things, so you see, what I'm saying that is this. When we have established curriculum, some of them have been based on some errors. And once these errors are being brought up, we should be open-minded to find out and improve. It's just like now, I also say this, now my professor was my teacher at my PhD level of blessed memory. He came in, he was a mathematician, and he gave us some assignments, myself and now the present director of distant learning, was contemporaries, and she gave us assignments. And the assignment gave to us, we used the computer to do the computation and presented to him. He was visibly angry. So you young ones, you are lazy. You don't want to use your hands. And then he said, you are everything, you want the computer to do it for you. I told my colleagues, I said, don't worry. My school now is about to leave us. When we leave, when we teach this course, we will teach it in the modern way. But now let us just submit to him so that we may pass. So, so it's dynamic. And our curriculum should be dynamic. But this we are left behind. Like now, if I tell you the truth, the younger ones are not prone to learning. After a while, you feel that you have learned enough, but don't stop. If you are already not thinking of how to learn to use AI, maybe you are retired and you just want to take care of grandchildren now. But if you are still in the system, you are better going to do some learning on AI. So that's where the world is going. Or else, after a while, you'll be looking at like this grandpa is a professor, but doesn't know anything. That's what they tell you. Oh, grandma, she knows how to make us happy. You ask anything, she gives to you, but she's a professor, but she doesn't do anything. So when we are developing curriculum, we should know that the dynamism of our time, of the times, to be brought into it. There should be new things that are being learned, so that, as it were, we will be up to date. So, and how do we do that? First, performing needs assessments and writing rational statements. Determine the needs or gaps between the current and desired outcome. When you identify and resolve needs, you can act on potential new opportunities. Where gaps exist in service delivery, and evolving strategies to fill these gaps. So the beginning of a curriculum development is to take the old one you have. Then you look at it, that's good. But you have to determine the needs. At this one still needs, I don't still needed. If they are not needed, then you need to replace it. You need to improve on it. Usually replacement may not be the game. Improving on what already exists.
You said you're going to send to
So, this thing would be prioritizing content, determining and prioritizing content. In any curriculum for a program,
yes,
the contents are not all equal importance.
I was going to give you this person's
and you must determine this content, prioritize this content, and then deliberately make sure that enough time is given for learners to study the core. And the core of the content should not come too late in the learning process. It should also come at the line. It will come at the beginning, should be things that they are easily familiar with. Then toward the middle, that's where the core will come in. Toward the end, let's be peripheral again. The reason is the real learning that students do starts after a few weeks in class. And once they start to learn, then they will spend time on that core content. I tell you this, I came into the university, and the course that was originally the course that I taught to undergraduate students, research and statistics, and then measurement and evaluation. I found out that during the exams, it was like a war front. People were terrified of measurement and evaluation. It got to the point that some persons even have to hire mercenaries from the College of Education of Kiadolo to come and help them with measurement and evaluation. Why was that so? Question number one. And to involve virtually all the statistics that they need. It's so complex. It has to be compulsory. I called my other colleagues. I told them, "What is this a reason for measurement and evaluation? Is it statistics? Is there no course that is educational statistics? So will you not use this? I didn't want to. Everyone. He said, no. Measurement and evaluation is that the teacher should be able to write items, text items that will test the knowledge of students. And make sure that students are able to get the items right, and those who don't know, so get it wrong. For example, you want to set objective tests, you can put none of the above in some of the of the 20 none of the above in the 100 items, that is correct. You don't know, which is not. Because you have to be able to test and make sure that the learners who know score them, and the learners who do not know, they are able to also score them and say, we don't know. I will not go further than this, so that I don't start in my individual lecture, which is coming up from Tomato Talk. So the message don't say the contents that I'm supposed to be their own property, I'm not using it. Yeah. Okay, I think we are making progress. So in any content you are teaching, there's a core. And identify those core. And let me tell you, these core are usually the ones that seem difficult. They seem difficult. It was possible for me in secondary school, I didn't know that I would do measurement and evaluation. To already look at the content that I've been taught and tell I'm sure that in a good day, 4 of those 5 will be there. What will be different will just be the wording and others. I could write that because I will identify 4 areas. They know that there's no lecturer that I won't take questions to that area. And they're usually the difficult ones. And that's where those tests can go say, certificate, everything I get is fine, provided that. But they do those ones. And these are the core. I did my UCMs in Mediguri, in Kalari College, secondary school. And I was their physics teacher for their wife. I told them the questions that will come. Without saying the right question paper. When I saw the question paper, I was afraid because they promised me. The question, they will say, I saw this. This was also so. The core areas is what these examination bodies will bring. And then they start testing a particular area, like then we started testing nuclear physics. and they just tested it for 2 years. I said, no, they will still test for another 3 or 4 years to make sure that people gain the knowledge. So I said there's a question there. Then there's some other, so when we are developing curriculum, we must identify those essential topics that the students need to know what they need to know, and that is what they also need in practice. It's not what we teach that they need in practice, but the core is what they need. So in developing the curriculum, we must determine and prioritize contents. Then the next that we do in the curriculum is to write goals and objectives to achieve anyway. The goals are the general statements, but the objectives are the specific action words. And you need action verbs such as increase, develop, obtain, all the knowledge that the students need to do. Then you answer the question, what impact will this be able to achieve this objective that are listed? Will it achieve the goal for which the course is being taught? Include the time-bound statements for accountability and add a statement about what results will be achieved. So you need to know to achieve that learning. You see, a good content, and I think CCMAS is focusing on that one. You have to write the objectives, the learning objectives, instructional objectives. These are the core of the course. And when you are also doing your assessment, that is what you should do. We also determine development. It's also important to select specific teaching strategies. And listen, there's no one teaching strategy that is superior to the other. They all have their own benefits and they have their shortcomings. There was a time in education where those in teacher education kept researching on teaching methods and declaring the lecture method of teaching as the worst and others and others. But that's where to see the most popular method. The reason being that it covers the largest area of knowledge, as it were. So when you find out that students are having challenges in some areas, that's when we bring other teaching methods to supplement. So I think that's the conclusion that we have now reached in education. That the lecture method is the best method. But when students are having difficulties to learn, they can go to other methods. Imagine trying to teach students a large content with discussion method. In the discussion method, how many persons will speak? Some persons will just be stars, and they just end up speaking. And then what happens? Because at the end, you see, what is there that in any teaching program, there are those who will learn, whether you teach them or not. They are good. It's not your teaching that makes them learn. But so that's not the focus of the teaching method. But there are some who will learn you are a good teacher. They find those who are learning better. When you are a teacher, it's all of them will learn. Then the few usually will not be able to learn. Tell me my time is up. Okay. Okay, sorry. The time you are giving is here enough. But you should have added 5 to this one. But it's okay. We'll work with this. So you see, as it were, you must then make sure that the method that you use, that you recommend to be used, is that the content is covered, objectives are also achieved. It's not just a question of rating one method above the other. No. All methods are good, but some are preferred under some situations. But the best way to introduce learners, particularly like now for the undergraduate studies, the best method is still lecture method. And then you can give them other methods. But when it comes to postgraduate studies, fine. Then they already know that knowledge base is still strong. Like when I see some of my students, particularly when I'm correcting their dressing, I say, well, although you are not educated yet, educated people don't dress like this. You are still illiterate. I say, so high qualification. You're looking at me. School said, that's what you have. I said, but I'm in 400 level. I said, this is not showing your dressing. He said, you're not educated yet. I said, so, but don't worry, that's why you are here. Next time, You don't dress like this. This is how you dress. I give an example of the other one. And then the young ladies now, some of them, they want to show their belly buttons. So then when they see me now, they run. When they now come, some other time they say, and then I'm afraid now they now call me daddy. Daddy, I'm dressed well today. I'm becoming their daddy. So that's how I want you to do. Okay, so there should be, okay, let's move on. I've been giving it time, so I cannot make so many stops anymore. So it makes me to just go. Okay, consider, okay, let me just read. Review of your learning outcomes. Review your learning outcomes. Identify the teaching methods that best align to these learning outcomes and fill the appropriate column. I was going to CC months now. Consider possible activities which will be next examined further in detail. You see, there are some area of knowledge that will require further learning. You getting that? Aside from what you have taught them, they are the ones that require further learning. You can give that to them as assignments. Let them come and we have reviewed our PhD program now. We don't have coursework. We used to have coursework. So they are so busy, and then you tell them to do an assignment. They just collaborate, and then you see for yourself, look family. So the next assignment I give to you is a possible exam question. So you better do it yourself. Follow that they were not doing better. I also keep my promise. Out of two questions they will answer in my session, one of them will be part of the, so they know that I'm faithful to. So by the time you are doing the assignments or take-home tests, and then you are sure that one will come and you don't know the one. So you study all of them. So we have to find a way to make people study, since that's what we do. Okay. Then implementation of the curriculum involves planning, contents, thoughts, planning. No curriculum, the organic system that we have, of course, we plan our curriculum. Then the contents, that's where you bring in all those things I've been saying. And then new things that they need to be learning. We thought of the new things, because the new things that drives the world. Everybody at a time will come knowledgeable about, so you'll be at the same place. But by the time you introduce the new things, when you talk about startups is not that okay. My father, I had to make sure he retired because he didn't want to leave Lagos Street. He was a trader in Lagos Street. The age of 85, he still wanted to continue to go to his shop. Been there since 1960. So I had to force him to retire. Again, I forced him to retire. Then I say, okay, how do they do the business? They were doing then, they would travel to Lagos, travel to Onitsha to buy goods, and then they sell. Is that how you want to do your trading today? No. As a trader, you don't want to travel up and down. Because they want the products you sell are not the ones that you need to inspect. Like if you are going to deal on fashion, you may need to travel because what they show to you in those pictures are so beautiful. So you may need to travel, that's what you do. If you're going to be dealing with materials, you order them, they send the money, and then they bring it to you. And then you're able to know how you follow it up. Instead of saying, the time you was traveling almost every week, at the peak of a particular season, you'll be traveling almost every week. Well, guys, he thought by now he should still be, he told the doctor, come, I'm not going to do what I used to do the other time. I said, well, you are not now. I said, he's 89 this year. So he's under control. He's not going jumping up and down like he used to jump. If you stay in Lagos Street, you know that that's a good place to enjoy. Those traders, their life is something that they are in the world of their own. So he didn't want to leave, but I had to make sure he retired. Okay, so We are still moving. Implementation and evaluation. Listen, no matter what you teach, if your evaluation is 40, then college. That's almost going to think they will find more of them in prayer houses because they just praise God and do it for us. But when they are sure that that's what they systems have improved, but something that have not improved is the evaluation. WAEC is still a sham, NECO is a sham. The only one that is like an exam, is close to a good exam, is JAMB. And you think that because so tell them education then, or they told us, but we later found out that was not the truth. When that's not it. They say a child is born plain, tabula rasa. That's not true. They're not born plain. You are born with giftings from your parents. Gifts are there. It contains a lot. Initially, we thought they contain just radical aptitude and verbal aptitude. But later, we have found out from research that they also contain cultural and emotional intelligence. That's why your child will behave like you if he doesn't know you. And that's why today I'm not talking about this is my father, my grandfather. When my father died, or my grandfather died, this one is incarnate. Because just behaving like you. It's inevitable. Even mistakes. You see that your children work in a particular way. Listen, I'll show you as an example. My father has a resting position when he stands. And the resting position is like this. When he stands and he wants to rest, he puts his hand on his waist like this. And this way, so brought it. We're going to discharge it, but because it's too much for the sub, we brought them to the space at home. From there, they'll be picking it. As the old man came down, it wasn't an old man then, it was an old man, so I was called old man. From the car, it was a large family. We are only 13. I be from 2 women, and but you find out that, but you know the difference because his gene is strong, you look alike. If you see my stepbrothers and sisters, you think they are just the same father and the same mother. So we pretend that we are all from the same mother. So that it's coming down, it's coming down. The president is in gene. See him sleeping. When he sleeps, there's a way he stretches the leg and also turn one. This is how we sleep in the house. Maybe you are done. So, I said there, so some people be surprised that I see a baby that's 2 years. And I'll see how. Your eyes. It's not bad with anything. You are bad with intellectual knowledge, quantitative, verbal, as well as emotional intelligence. So, for the sake of your children, be honest. So, if you are not honest, the wiser than you is, they will be the one to set you up. You getting it? On it. If you are good, they will look to you. So try to be good so that you will inherit all those things. Okay, so saying, go when that leave off. Okay, it was this one what they do is to do exams independently. The children attended Sacred Heart Nursery and Primary School. When they do exams there, primary 1 will be here, primary 2 will be here, primary 3 will be here. So there's no teaching. So you are struggling. And that's the elements of brain. So I have blessed memory. He did that for us too. You know, the good boys, Adolo College. Cheating. Cheats. It's easier. So if we want to develop a education system, Nigerians are blessed and hardworking and committed, but the only thing is that most of our schools are not making us learn. Our children are not allowed to learn because they teach them manipulation and cheating in exams. So design, the evaluation should be such that students are not able to cheat. They will learn better. And for measurement theory, we have seen that the issue of saying answer 5 questions out of 6 is even an error. Answer all is the best way. And students prepare better, knowing that there is no escape route, and they will do better in it. So when we are not happy with that, it's to do already. 4 to answer 4, 5 to answer 5. How many minutes? Okay. 5 to answer 5, 4 to answer 4. You see, it will help you prepare better, and you will see that you perform better. Now, when it says 4 to answer 5, when you find some difficult ones, you leave it. You have the opportunity to design, to implement. See, okay, just make me DVC a card. No more options in exam everywhere. Okay. Reporting. The exam should be such that it is a fair representation of what the students have done, and then should let them know where they still need to do more work. I know that there are some exams that are not classified, like medicine, it's not classified. Just say 50%, say the person pass. Even though 50% is pass, it's encouraging to still give the person his score. So I know that I'm passed by 50, but by what? I don't know. Did you just say pass and fail? Or do you say 70, 80? They still have this, the 50 is pass. But they still have that somebody who got 50, they don't think that he has not enough. If the person who has 70 or 80, they should still do that. Let the students see it, so that will encourage them to learn more. Okay? So that's we are still moving. I think since I have 5 minutes more, I should be closing already. Selection of teaching education. Okay, I think we have moved here before. Don't worry, I'm almost closing now, so that you can have the break. Or is the break already on? Okay. Feedback to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the curriculum. Now, in the curriculum development, understand, like last year, I got to know that you have a curriculum development committee. Very well. There's the standing curriculum development committee. And the focus of that curriculum development committee should be so that they obtain feedback to identify the strengths and weaknesses of the curriculum, with a view of encouraging the ones that are the strengths and working on the weaknesses and making sure that they are meeting up with current trends. Identify opportunities and threats to its implementation. I mean, the curriculum, you not find out, like the provost said already, and I think we already know in the university, that you are about to expand the number that you are admitting. Fine. It will be such that it is needed to implement that increase. It's already there. We should not come to the point where classes are now overcrowded. Professors, now blessed memory, Professor Yametale, he said any class that the students who are learning more than 150, serious learning is taking place for those who are at least fulfilling. But the at least is large. More than 150, saying, so we need to come. And then so even when that happens, the classes will not be too large. They should not be groups. You see, unless students register, if you are in group A, always is group A you'll be attending. In group B, and then there are some lecturers that students want to avoid. The committee should also invite the lecturer and say, well, as if you don't know your job. You are doing it well, but you shall say that we are not getting across to the students. I mean, those kind of subtle, because it's possible. So, teaching lecture, she group A, so Saudiani, all of them want to go there to register. Then you say, who is teaching? Then I won't mention any name. So no, I won't. No, I will. If to be attending classes, you understand? It's just so the lecturer do not know the job, but he's not considering the weak ones. He must consider the weak ones. The essence of a teacher is to be able to make those who do not know to be able to know. Those who cannot, who are at risk. Do you know that during tutorials, a point where some husbands were writing letters to me, appreciating me for creating peace in their house. And some were bringing money. The case in point, the governor Captain General of the state gave 10,000 to the wife, sealed the envelope, and said she's not to do, but they give it to me. And I saw appreciating me for peace because I was teaching them that statistics, and so now everybody's at peace in the house. I know every mommy has problems, everybody's problem. Because she's the one that takes care of everyone. But she has problems, everybody's problem. So why was that so? Because I understood the fact that there will be a point where you must slow down. That's the entry behavior. A good teacher is that one who understands that at the point of entry behavior, you must slow down. When it comes to the core that is difficult, you must find a way to slow down and encourage them. And if I propose some trace to implementation, measure the impact of the curriculum. So I have just 1 minute on. So that is it. And okay, so don't worry. In 1 minute, I'll be out. I think what is there that you practice and let us know what is going to pass like this. They say we cut off the microphone, but I'll prepare. That one I'll prepare. I'll make sure I do that. Okay, so in closing, it comes to the issue of the one I just emphasized now, that committee must be encouraged. If possible, the college should have one. Every faculty should also have. So that there's continuous development. We're talking about our university as being great, and then our products are doing very well. They must keep the flag flying. We must make sure that our curriculum, the implementation of curriculum, and the evaluation of students are top notch. If we are doing that, then we always get the returns. Formative, our assessment could be formative, could be summative, could be written, could be practical. You say you have passed the meeting, and you say if you don't pass the meeting, you have failed. That is a bad assessment. Because in the old assessment, you just have question, and the student do not understand, I say has failed. You cannot get the knowledge that the student acquired by just that. But the idea of assessment is to encourage confidence in what you know and being able to do what you do. It should complement it. It should not override the written assessment. And then the practical assessment should be such that students are to be assessed in what they have practiced before. So there's an opportunity to practice before assessments. It's not the point of assessment that students should be practicing. So I know that in your own profession, they go for they have others with them. Should not be examining students on what they have not practiced. It should be such that because you are teaching them. So assessment should be based on what they have practiced before, so you have exposed them to. And if we do that, continue to be who we are, the best university in the world by His grace. Because we are very religious people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. So let's clap for the distinguished speaker for this session, Professor Omorodima. Thank you so much, sir, for that very lucid and practical lecture that you've just given us. So I hand over the mic to Co-Chair to just give us a 2-minute summary of what will be of the lecture.
I think we have to appreciate the speaker again. In the course of his lecture, he gave a introduction into pedagogy. Including something. So don't just come starting from start from I can feel this. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Coach. We just have a few minutes for questions or comments. So if you have any questions or comments, can you just indicate by if you have comments or questions, clarifications? Okay, who's going down with it? No, we have. Yes, we still have time. Do you have a question? Okay, is there a second mic? Okay, there are some people there. Professor. Okay, okay. So we have two. Okay. Ushers, please. Please, I need one usher here, please. Is there somebody there? Skip Professor Arodu there. Thank you very much, sir, for that very brilliant presentation. I just want to ask a very simple question, sir. Could you just guide us frequency of curriculum? Is particularly that a curriculum is span for a curriculum? Thank you very much, sir. Okay. The second person is that way. It's Dr. Adeyemi. Where is the usher? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and I want to encourage all of us to try to postgraduate education. Teaching. Sir, I'm a bit worried. I wanted you to expatiate more examination, because can I ask a student one question and he does so well and I give the person 90%? Is that right? To assess a student for oral exam? Please expatiate on exam assessments.
Okay. Any other person, please? Okay, done.
Thank you very much. The questions, frequency of review of curriculum. If you have a standing committee, they should meet at least once a year. Because should be at least once every 3 years. The reason why they need to meet is that there are some things that need to be added. If you want to talk about the curriculum, it doesn't mean changing the curriculum. It means including some things that need to be included, and then subsequently some things that don't need to be there. In my undergraduate days, we were introduced to a computer, and we have coding. At that time, the interface that we now have in Microsoft software wasn't there. So you want to enter, you want to memorize things. And that was what it is. And it's not necessary. It's just like now, like I told my students, they are not statisticians. Education statistics doesn't make you a statistician. You are an applied statistician. So the focus is on statistics to use, and how to use it, and when to use it. Be able to interpret printouts and present your tables properly. That becomes the focus. So, time there should be review. We talk about frequency. Every year the committee should meet. If there is need to add anything, but we talk about the total overhaul and think of every 3 years, so that contributions, and when committee meets, they should get contributions from different of the faculty. Not just with committee only saying this is what we need changing. You ask for contributions in your course you taught. Is there anything that you think should be added, or so that frequency, when there should be no year that the committee doesn't meet. Then when it comes to exam should be complementary to the written exam. So the it should not be overrated to the point where students are coming for our exam and they are afraid. And you see them in some of those, they'll be forgetting. You have to calm down some of them before they are able to say what they know. And you know that these exams are complementary because you may have 10 questions that you intend to ask the students. You can only ask a student 1, 2. It's so laborious. It's time consuming. So the student is able to make an attempt in 1 or 2. You don't go further, but you are going to ask another student that wants to get the same degree another question, which may not be, it's not knowledgeable, just that may not know that one the way you want him to know. So we should use the exams should still be there because for your profession, you need to interact with people. And they should be able to have that confidence to interact with people. If they cannot interact and ask questions, they can't get the right solution to their problems. So we still encourage your exam, but then when it comes to scoring, it should not be the bulk. It should not carry the bulk of the score. It should be just an addition. And it's creating the margin for excellence. If you ask me, if it's going to add to a total score, it should not be more than 20% of the total score. The written one should be done. If you come from Anambra, you hear more of that.
Thank you, sir. I'm told there's somebody else.
Yeah, please. I wanted to ask this question. How do you integrate the development of curriculum vis-a-vis evolution of society in terms of ICT? There are a lot of new things coming up every day. And those things are not even available in university curriculum. There are new items, new ICT, new certification, and others and so on. Take for example, the invention of a plane. When it was invented, there was no such curriculum. I can go on and on list so many of them. At what level should the university say, okay, this course with all the five curriculum should be redundant. We need something new. Because those is every occasion we go to receive very good photographers. So all of us are photographers right now. So everything is available to notice. What's your suggestion? Is getting maybe our university and other to evolve into what is coming new in the society. Thank you very much. The ICT is something that everyone is involved with now, but we are not professionals in ICT. Our goal is to be able to use ICT to benefit what we do. So I may not be so concerned about going for ICT certifications of, as it were, recommend that for everyone, and that's what will be needed. But how do we use ICT for our profession or the work we do? And the curriculum review should look at that. But we should look at the implementation. No need to recommend what we cannot implement. So that now comes to making sure that we get management to also support the changes that we want to bring in. Now, just after COVID, the issue of direct contacts as well as virtual contacts was encouraged. But COVID is gone. So they said, I don't know, people will tell us, you tell me. But at least I don't have to cover my mouth of those anymore. Now, we return to what we have always been. We didn't develop on that. There should be opportunity for virtual learning to the point that our lessons can be recorded and put on the platform. Students can go and listen to it. That can be an innovation and to be used ICT. If we are not going to be able to do on-time teaching, we should be able to record this teaching. Our of educational technology need to do much more. Hiring, what do you call them? Cameras and public address system maybe for occasion. That's not their job. The people that should do that, the PRO unit should have their cameras and have their public address system. But how we can advance using technology for the purpose of teaching and learning. So I'll be able to go and say, a course that was taught by Professor Sado 3 years ago should still be there. I'll go there and then they say, taught this content. The lecturer was teaching was teaching. I didn't quite understand. Let me go. I'll get to that depository. And then I pull it out, listen to him. I don't understand better. What we're talking about. So we should start involving ICT more. And then if we could continue, we started it, there were lecture notes, uploaded voice, some we have become to what we were. And that can make a lot of students learn better than it. So we can't drive away ICT. Continue to, but we don't want to be professional ICT people. Yeah, those who are professionals, they don't remain, but we will be able to apply whatever it is that they do. And I think that is what we should do. Thank you.
So we'd like to thank Professor Moravia. LSC, I don't know if there's any response before we end the session. I think it's
the College of Medical Sciences. I wish to present this award of appreciation to Professor Okeomo for this stimulating lecture. I must tell you that I was looking forward to the lecture because last year I listened to his lecture and it was so stimulating. I was so excited. Same thing with this. There's so much to learn from it. So thank you very much, Prof, for coming on for this time will call you. Thank you, Prof. So then thank you. President, go ahead.
Hold on.
Okay.
So all our sessions tomorrow said yes.
So don't give me
I've read them the streets. But that's one of the
who is coming up next?
to confirm with that.
Doc, I think I should hand the microphone to take over the other. I'm told the next section is Yeah, chair, yeah, co-chair.
No, I'm not. Okay. 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 So, no, no, when, no, no, let me get.
Prof, sir. Yes. Who did you say is coming?
Yeah, the paper presentation. It's paper presentation. Dr. is sharing. It's your paper on that.
Oh, let's see.
So, she's the
So she can, for you.
I don't want to talk about
We'd like to thank the education again for the scintillating lecture. And we'll be here for the inaugural lecture, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your patience. And please, we have just one more scientific session before lunch. We don't want to have this soporific effect that lunch will bring, but thank you again for holding on. So we start now with the second scientific session, and this session will be chaired able Dr. Obi, Professor Odu, please come to the podium, please. Start for this afternoon. 021, the use of toluidine population-based screening for detection of oral cancer. 014, activity of ethanol extract of Tusostratus against mercury chloride-induced cerebral toxicity in Vistarad by AIG Unigbe et al. 015, tetanus toxoid coverage of mothers of children aged 0 to 11 months in Edo State, Mbari, Sado, 016, academic stress and coping mechanisms among undergraduates in prevalence, determinants and implications for mental health. 017, workforce readiness for clinical artificial intelligence in a low resource urban setting. Evidence from Benin City, Nigeria. Obogodo FI Chidubem CP. 018, search. Obogodo Obseki C. JC or side I. 019, C connection. Electrocardiographic patterns in Nigerian children with epilepsy seen at UBTH Benin City. Equal 020 activity root extract of ovary thyme in animal model of uterine myoma, C, Ezelkovisi, and Ogeru AB. 024, prevalence of smartphone addiction and its association with musculoskeletal disorders among undergraduates of the University of Benin, ERA SI, Yusuf KA, Ahmed AI, AJOS, and OKKI. CMS 025, digital forensics, deep fake, and forensic detection methodologies in criminal justice. Ejakobi, Ekoje, 026, CRISP/CAS9. I think you should wait to listen to this. The guest keynote speaker for today have already told us about script. I think some of you should like to listen to this particular presentation. So CRISP/CSA9 and beyond, advancement in gene editing technologies, Shobawale TO, CSM 027, short tandem repeats and their applications in forensic science. Craniotomy 038, craniotomy for resection of cerebral metastasis, local experience in the neurosurgical unit, Benin City, Osazua. Please, all presenters should please come to the front so that you can move easily. So if you heard your name, please come to the front. I'll hand over the mic to the chair of the session and we'll move quickly. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. So at this point, everybody can get up, stretch your hands to your neighbor. So there's this papa, I don't know why we call it papa. So please stretch your legs and I hand over the mic to the chair of this session. Thank you very much.
So let me see the. This is the person. Actually, okay, this person starting. Yes, that's yes. Sorry, please. Is it from here? Yes. No, from here. No, this 021. She wants to start because we're going to take. Okay, 021 then. 14 like that. So all these ones are already. Wait. So 021 then 14. Yes. Yes. Down to this place. Yeah. Then here is 0.24. Let's stop at 27. Okay. Then so we want this one to be number 1. Yes. Then yes, 038. Sazua UA. Then there's another one. 38. Yes, there's 38. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's 13. Those 38. Yes, 38. Yes, about 13. About that. That's 13. So this should be 1. Then this, it will go in this order, right? Yes. If they are all here. 5, 6 minutes. 6. Yes, 6 minutes. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So good afternoon, everyone. For this scientific session, I have 13 presentations. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have 13 presentations and CMS 2025021 will be making first presentation. The use of toluidine population-based screening for early detection of oral cancer. Please, CT, please let's ensure that the PowerPoint is on. Thank you very much. She's the one presenting. So, the microphone there. Please, where's the second microphone? Second microphone. Please, can we assist her so that she can get her PowerPoint on? Please, you have 6 minutes for your presentation. 6 minutes. Please, all other presenters, as we are trying to get the PowerPoint. Second presenter is 014, extract of ethanol, activity of ethanol extract of blue tree, so Tratos against mercury chloride induce cerebellar toxicity in rats. And 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 in that order. We will continue with 0, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, and 0, 3, 8. Please, can we have the PowerPoint on? Who is assisting? Who is the CT representative, please? Please just hold on.
It's here. It's here.
Okay, you have 6 minutes.
Okay, good afternoon, professors and everyone present. This afternoon, I have a very interesting research from the Department of Oral Pathology and Oral Medicine on the use of toluidine for screening. Cancer is one of the most common cancers worldwide, and the survival rate is very low. And our environment is one of the dangerous diseases encountered in a dental clinic, and sadly, the prognosis is poor because most people present very late. So we need screening for early detection and so early treatment of this condition. The oral screening will help to detect early abnormal changes in the oral mucosa even before the onset of the symptoms. And various screening techniques exist, like the use of Belscope, chemiluminescence, autofluorescence, and toluidine blue, which is the commonest screening tool available. This toluidine blue will help to detect changes in the oral mucosa by picking up DNA and RNA, which are more in the plastic tissues compared to mucosa. Hence, the need for this study to assess the diagnostic efficacy of 1% toluidine blue in identifying potentially malignant lesions. This study is done in several areas, but in our environment, we do not have any study to determine the efficacy of toluidine blue. So the materials, we had a 6-month study done from December 2024 to June 2025, and our sample size was 108. So the protocol, when we get this patient, so just for convenience sampling, when we get these patients, after the visual examination of the oral mucosa, they rinse their mouth with water to remove debris and then give them 1% toluidine blue to rinse for 30 seconds, rinse the mouth again to remove excess dye, and then the oral mucosa is re-examined under very good light. And what are we checking for? We check for areas that stains dark blue or light blue. The ones that are dark blue are considered positive. The ones that are light blue are considered suspicious. And these areas are thereafter biopsied for histopathological assessment as the gold standard with which toluidine blue intention will be compared. So having stains, we take those stain sites for biopsy, do histopathology examination, and compare. So this is just showing us some of the sites there and the point biopsy being done. And data, the SPSS version 23 was used for computing the data. The results. So from the 108 participants, we have 64 males and 44 females. And now this is the very interesting table here. From the 108 participants, we had 5 that stained with this toluidine blue. And the 5, 3 of them were in the tongue, 1 on the leg of the costa, and 1 on the boca in the costa. They are following histopathology. 2 of them had just showed inflammatory cells with epithelial hyperplasia. Then on the tongue, the ones from the tongue showed dysplasia, mild dysplasia, severe dysplasia, and then carcinoma in situ. This is just the slide session. Okay, now this 2x2 table, what we have from this is that we have the true positive count 3, false positive count 2, true negative 103, false negative 0. And with that, we could complete the accuracy to be 98%, sensitivity to be 100, sensitivity to be 98, and diagnostic efficacy to be 60%. So the prevalence of oral cancer from our study was 2.78, and these other studies have reported something higher. That was basically due to the long duration of their study compared to ours. And studies have shown that the common sites for oral cancer include the tongue, floor of the mouth, the jugular region. And from our study, we could see that the sites that were biopsied from the tongue actually showed dysplastic changes. So we will be recorded high sensitivity and specificity from our study, and these are with a report from an Indian study also recorded similar high sensitivity and specificity. So in conclusion, the result of our study suggests that the use of 1% toluidine in comparison with histopathology has high sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy in detecting oral potentially malignant lesions and oral squamous cell carcinoma. Therefore, we are advocating that toluidine blue can be used as an adjunct screening test for early detection of such lesions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You saved us a minute and 30 seconds. Thank you. We'll take your questions after all the presenters and the presentation. We have 014 make the presentation on activity of ethanol extracts in relation to induced cerebellar toxicity in Western rats. Thank you. We'll have 6 minutes.
and all the existing protocol. I am John Favor, maybe I'm representing an activity of another extract of priorities or strategies against people just of toxicity. And this is the outline. The cerebellum, which we know for being responsible for motor control, but involved in cognition, attention, and emotion. Damages of the cerebellum include ataxia, motor tremors, and peripheral stability. Cerebellar disorders are neurological conditions which are marked by impaired cognition. Several symptoms exist, and global prevalence is greater than 20% according to World Health Organization. These cerebellar disorders can be caused by congenital hereditary trauma, infection, and even exposure to toxic metals, including mercury. And mercury has been known to be a highly toxic heavy metal for food include industrial exposure, contaminated seafoods, and the like. Antioxidants and natural products have neutralized reactive oxygen species and thus reduce oxidative stress, which is the main mechanism of toxicity for mercury. Hence, Pleurotus estratus, which is an edible and medicinal mushroom, has been investigated in this study. The first aim of this study is to investigate the activity of the extract of Pleurotus estratus against mercury into cerebellar toxicity in rats. Ethical approval was obtained for this study. Sample was obtained from the African Center for Mushroom Research and Technology Innovations. The mushroom was extracted and different dosages were used according to quality standards and previously reported studies. For this study, 44 added rats were used, weighing between 290 grams and 190 grams. We were grouped into 6 groups, of which Group A was controlled, Group B was mercury chloride, Group C and D was mercury chloride. The extract, respectively, at doses of 350 milligrams. And F for just the extract only. And treatment lasted for 28 days. After the assessment was carried out, the open food, string tests, movement initiation, and step test. After which the animals were sacrificed and antioxidants, enzymes activity were assessed, tissues were processed for histology, and statistical analysis was carried out using IBM SPSS. Result of this study, we find out that groups giving mercury chloride showed significant reduction in body weight, change. Groups giving mercury chloride which extractors at different doses show significant increase when compared to mercury chloride. We saw similar findings for brain weight, both whole brain weight, relative brain weight, and cerebellar weight. There was significant decrease in the mercury chloride to control. However, treated with Pleurotus estratus alongside mercury chloride showed significant improvements. For neurobehavioral assessment for autism, we saw significant decrease in memory, significant increase in memory, significant increase in mobility, significant decrease in ambulation in the groups giving to control. Improvements were found in groups giving chloride to stratus. For string tests, similar findings were found where there was significant decrease in mercury chloride for both impairment score and latency to group loss. However, in groups treated with Pleurotus estratus, there was significant improvement in motor function. Same was found out in movement initiation and step test. And for oxidative stress, significant decrease in antioxidant enzymes, catalase, glutathione peroxidase, as well as sulfur peroxide dismutase were found to decrease in giving mercury chloride when compared to controls. But groups that were giving Pleurotus estratus alongside mercury chloride showed significant improvements in antioxidant enzymes. This was found in it's 1 minutes. Increased presentation was observed in mercury chloride groups. It was reversed in the group treated with Pleurotus estratus. For concentration, significant amounts of mercury were found in the cerebellum of rats treated with mercury but it was used in groups given alongside Proteus Stratus. For histology, the groups that were given became mercury chloride, so degeneration of both molecular blockages cellulose, for which this was reversed in the group Proteus Stratus. And in conclusion, results from this study shows that Proteus Stratus significantly mitigates medical-induced cellular toxicity. Primary traits antioxidants with neuroprotective and beta-connective properties. These findings suggest that Proteus Stratus may serve as a promising candidate for the development of novel therapeutic strategies aimed at managing the toxicity it's associated to impairments. Include this on our references. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Third presenter 015. Please come up to stage. Her presentation is on tetanus toxoid coverage among women of children aged 0, among mothers of children aged 0 to 11 months in those states. So, thank you. We have 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Then what's the Thompson very well? Yes. Good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. This afternoon, I'll be presenting tetanus toxoid coverage of mothers of children aged 0 to 11 months in Edo State here. Neonatal tetanus is preventable through maternal TT. WHO also recommends that women receive at least 2 doses of tetanus toxoid vaccine throughout their reproductive years. No uptake persists in Nigeria due to several barriers. The objective of this study was to determine the uptake of tetanus toxoid vaccination amongst mothers of children aged 0 to 11 months here in Edo State, and also to explore the barriers to uptake of tetanus toxoid among mothers of these children. The study was carried out in Edo State, southern Nigeria, within 3 of the senatorial district. It was a cross-sectional study using both quantitative and qualitative methods of data collection. The study population comprised of mothers aged 0 to 3 months for assessing the tetanus coverage. The sample size was 2 to 8, and the sampling technique was multi-stage simple random method. We used a quantitative data collection. It was pre-tested, a structured questionnaire that was adopted from the standardized WHO Infant Immunization Cluster Form, and several details were obtained from that questionnaire. The data was entered into SPSS and analyzed, and the differential test chi-square at a 95% confidence interval was used. Statistical significance level of significance was set at p-value less than 0.05. Our results show that only 30% of mothers had received at least 2 doses of tetanus toxoid, which is the minimum recommended for protection against tetanus. Mothers in urban areas had significant higher level of TT coverage compared to those in rural areas, which was expected. Mothers from tertiary levels of education also recorded significantly higher TT coverage while compared to those without any formal education. This table just shows what I have just said. And we also found out that coverage of antenatal tetanus was more for those that had more than 4 antenatal visits. Education, like I said before, the more your education, the more likely you're going to have more TT coverage. Only 30% of mothers had received at least 2 doses of tetanus toxoid, which is the minimum level required to protect newborns at birth. It is far lower than what the WHO target of 80 is. This is reflecting a considerable gap in maternal immunization within other states. These findings showed significant geographic inequalities. Urban mothers over 76% were more likely to achieve TT2 coverage when compared to those in the rural areas. This trend was persistent.
Is ICT, please.
Maternal education was strongly linked. Maternal education was strongly linked to TT coverage, where mothers with tertiary education recorded highest levels, unlike those with formal education. Okay. Antenatal coverage was also strongly linked to TT uptake. This mirrors global evidence that antenatal care provides critical opportunities for health education and also immunization process. Sociocultural beliefs and misconceptions emerge as a significant deterrent to full TT coverage, particularly in rural areas. Some of the community elders advise against multiple injections during pregnancy, citing perceived safety concerns. Some beliefs were more prevalent where formal health education was lacking, underscoring the importance of culturally sensitive health promotion. Service delivery quality also influenced mothers' ways to return for subsequent vaccines. Positive interactions with healthcare workers encourage vaccine completion, whereas long waiting times, negative staff attitudes, and poor communication discourage uptake. In conclusion, we could conclude that tetanus toxoid coverage remains critically low in the states. There are both structural and cultural barriers mitigating against this vaccine uptake. So our recommendation is that mobile outreach services need to be carried out more. We need to strengthen the supply chain. We need to create awareness campaigns in various languages and engage community leaders. We also need to improve antenatal integration of the TT vaccines. These are my references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next presenter, 016? Presentation is on academic stress and coping mechanisms of graduates in Nigeria, determinants and implications for mental health.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. My name is Dr. Idrissa. I'm delighted to present our work on academic stress, the coping mechanisms, and undergraduate university of Benin. This was a collaborative study done with my colleagues, Dr. Ogbede and Dr. Rifle. This is the outline I'll be using. Academic stress is now widely recognized as a critical determinant of both mental health and academic performance. Globally, between 45 and 80% of undergraduates report some form of academic stress. In sub-Saharan Africa, this burden is magnified by structural stressors such as financial strain, limited institutional resources, and uncertain career prospects. Despite these realities, there is still a lack of empirical evidence from Nigeria to guide student-centered interventions, and this is the gap our study sought to fill. Our aim was to determine the prevalence, determinants, and coping strategies of academic stress among undergraduates in the university. Specifically, we set out to estimate prevalence and severity using a validated perceived stress scale, PSS-10, identify socio-demographic and behavioral predictors of high stress, and describe common coping strategies and classify them as adaptive or maladaptive. We conceptualize academic stress as an outcome shaped by exposures such as sex, financial difficulties, sleep quality, academic workload, and social support. Stress levels were measured with the PSS-10, categorized into moderate and high stress. The consequences range from mental health outcomes to reduced academic performance and adaptive coping behaviors. This was a descriptive cross-sectional survey conducted in 2024 among undergraduates at the University of Benin. The minimum sample size was 579, which was calculated using a Cochrane formula with adjustment for design effects. We achieved a final sample of 600 students. We employed multi-stage sampling across faculties, departments, and classes. A pretested self-administered questionnaire incorporated the PSS-10, a widely validated measure of perceived stress. Analysis included descriptive statistics and multivariable logistic regression to identify predictors of high stress. Before presenting the main findings, I'd like to quickly highlight the socio-demographic profile of our respondents. The majority were young adults between the ages of 18 and 24. equally balanced gender distribution. Both females were slightly more represented. Both were in their second to fourth year of study, and a significant proportion reported financial dependence and family support. These characteristics give useful context to better understand the patterns of academic stress observed. Our study revealed a striking prevalence of academic stress. Out of 600 respondents, 95.3% reported some form of stress. Of these, 84.3% were in the moderate category, while 11% were in the high stress category. This highlights an overwhelming burden within this undergraduate population. In adjusted analysis, three predictors stood out. First, being female increased the odds of high stress by 72%. Second, students facing financial difficulties had more than double the odds of high stress. Then lastly, poor sleep quality was also strongly associated, again doubling the odds. These determinants point to specific vulnerabilities the interventions must address. When asked how they cope with stress, students reported a mixture of adaptive and maladaptive approaches. Total support was most common at 62%, followed closely by religious practices at 56%. However, 32% resulted to avoidance behaviors which are potentially maladaptive and worsening outcomes if sustained. This indicates that while students are resourceful, many lack access to healthier coping mechanisms. To interpret these findings, academic stress is near ubiquitous among undergraduates in this setting, considering global trends. Such as sex, financial strain, and sleep quality, real patterns observed internationally, but are intensified by local socioeconomic realities. Coping responses reveal both resilience through social and spiritual support and risk through avoidance strategies. Together, these insights call for comprehensive, culturally sensitive, campus-based interventions. Our study had several strengths, a large representative sample, use of validated tool, and statistical analysis. However, we acknowledge some limitations, which are as follows. In conclusion, over 95% of undergrads have reported academic stress, with about 1 in 9 experiencing high stress. Many students, those with financial challenges, and those with poor sleep quality were at elevated risk. These are a few recommendations. I would like to thank the students who participated. The study was internally funded with ethical approval obtained from the appropriate board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next presenter quickly come up 0.7. I present the presentation will be on workforce readiness for clinical artificial intelligence, the low resource urban setting, evidence from the city Nigeria. You have 6 minutes. Distinguished colleagues, I'm delighted to present our study titled Workforce Readiness for Clinical Artificial Intelligence in Low Resource Urban Setting, Evidence from Nigeria. This work was conducted at the University of London in collaboration with colleagues from primary and secondary facilities. This is my outline. Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming healthcare globally. It's proving applications in diagnostics, predictive analysis, and medical decision support. However, most empirical data comes from high-income countries. The World Health Organization emphasizes digital health readiness as strategic priority. Yet, little is known about how the health professionals in resource African settings are for AI adoption. This gap underpins our study. Our aim was twofold: to quantify knowledge, attitudes, current utilization, and willingness to adopt AI amongst healthcare professionals in the city, to identify true demographic and professional predictors of these outcomes. This was a descriptive professional study conducted between October 2023 and September 2024. We closely sampled 6 facilities, one tertiary, 2 secondary, and 3 primary facilities. Using 2-stage value probability design, we recruited 705 participants, slightly above the calculated median sample size of 634. The validated instrument was tested at UTH and was administered. Analysis involved descriptive statistics, chi-square, Fisher's test, and multivariate logistic regression. Ethical approval was obtained from UTH. Participants at the minimum age of 23.9 years, 52% were female, 61% were never married, and 82% were Christians. Additionally, 42% were doctors, 38% nurses, and 20% allied health professionals. This balance spread enabled us to explore differences across cadres and demographic groups. This pie chart illustrates prevalence. 75% demonstrated good knowledge about of AI, and almost everyone expressed a positive attitude, with a proportion of 90%, yet only 35% reported current use. This striking gap highlights the readiness for adoption. The motivated invention yielded interesting insights, which include increasing age and working in the tertiary facility permitted higher knowledge. Paradoxically, doctors and those who has worked for more than 10 years had lower knowledge scores. Good knowledge was the strongest predictor of a positive attitude. Current use was driven by tertiary facility affiliation and positive attitude, not by knowledge. What was predicted by experience, good knowledge, and positive attitude. Participants highlighted several strategies to support AI adoption. The most common was training workshops, followed by peer learning and self-directed study. This reflects a demand for structured professional development in digital health. Our findings show a paradox: high knowledge and overwhelming positive attitude, yet limited adoption concentrated in tertiary facilities. Younger cadres and non-doctors were more knowledgeable, likely due to greater exposure to digital platforms. Importantly, attitude was a stronger driver for adoption than knowledge, trend consistent with implementation literature by Young et al. 2017. Barriers include infrastructure gaps, limited technical support, and uneven access across facility types. Strengths and limitations. This was the first multi-facility study of AI with greatness in Nigeria, to an adequate sample size. Regression modeling allowed us to identify independent predictors. For our limitations, it's cross-sectional design, which limits causality and reliance on self-reports, which may introduce bias. Furthermore, findings may not generalize beyond facility-based staff. In summary, healthcare professionals in university exhibit strong knowledge and positive attitudes, but adoption remains limited and largely tertiary-centered. Bridging this gap will require system-wide interventions. We recommend embedding AI training into health curricula, expanding digital infrastructure across all tiers, and developing robust ethical and regulatory frameworks, continuous professional development, and cross-sector collaborations, which are essential to achieve stable AI integration. I close with my key references. Thank you for listening. Next presenter, 018, strengthen allied health research capacity and local resource setting, mixed method evidence from the Nigerian Teaching Hospital. Nowhere at all. I have 6 minutes.
So good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Today focus on the critical aspects of health system strengthening that is usually overlooked, which is research capacity of allied health professionals. This is my outline. For background, allied health professionals, including pharmacists, medical lab scientists, paramedics, physiotherapists, form a significant part of the workforce. In low and medium income countries, locally led health research capacity among this group of professionals remains weak and inadequate. Persistent deficits also exist in research training, mentorship, funding, and institutional support. These barriers limit the ability of this group of health professionals to contribute significantly to solving pressing health challenges. Now, research capacity building among these groups increasingly prioritized in higher income countries, but remains neglected in countries, including Nigeria. In Nigeria, existing research largely focuses on physicians, leaving this group of healthcare workers understudied and poorly documented. Therefore, by capturing perspectives across multiple allied health cadres, this study provides one of the most detailed accounts to date of the systemic and professional factors shaping allied health research engagement in Nigeria. Our central aim was to generate empirical evidence on the lived experiences, capacities, and contexts that shape research engagement among professionals in Nigeria. In other words, we want to understand not only whether these group of professionals engage in research, but also why, how, and decisional conditions they engage in research. For methodology, study was carried out in UBT, which is a tertiary facility that caters to over 10 million people. And the study was a qualitative descriptive study that was tested in a mixed method study, both quantitative and qualitative, but representing just the qualitative. Study duration was between January to June 2025 and was carried out among 48 allied professionals and 4 heads of department among this group. Now, this collection was via semi-structured interview guides, auto-recorded, transcribed, verbatim, and anonymized, and then we analyze the data using teams based on Clark's 6-step framework. As earlier mentioned, participants were 52, 48 allied health professionals and 4 heads of department. Gender balance, 24 males and 28 females, and indicators included pharmacists, nurses, medical lab scientists, physiotherapists, radiographers, and paramedics. Now, this is a thematic map of various teams that were used to analyze this work. Group teams like exposure to research, recommendation, motivation, training and capacity, institutional support, and barriers. Now, the first thing was exposure to research. Most of the participants reported that their exposure to research was limited to the undergraduate days and some of them to the postgraduate days, as a pin by a radiographer who said that in school, we had to do projects, but after that, there are hardly opportunities to continue. Second thing was on training and capacity, and these opportunities were inconsistent and often sporadic with workshops typically self-funded and thus unaffordable by many. As a nurse mentioned, most times you pay for workshops yourself, and many cannot afford that. Third thing was institutional support. There was absence of institutional structures to support research with no designated research unit policies, budgets within departments. A pharmacist mentioned that there was no budget for research. If you want to do research, it was from the pocket. Fourth thing was a motivation. Despite systemic neglect, these professionals expressed strong intrinsic motivations. They were eager to conduct research for professional growth and to improve healthcare. The nurse mentioned that I want to research because it improves how I care for patients. 15 was on barriers. There were also barriers and workloads, funding, and cumbersome ethical review process. Medical lab scientists lamented that the ethical approval in the decision took too long. By the time it comes, the interest may have gone. The last thing of the recommendations, the participants themselves gave some recommendations that could be applied, and they include provision of protected research time, establishment of internal grants, structured mentorship programs, and departmental research units. The therapists mentioned that if we had even 1 day for research, it would make a difference. The discomfort with certain parts of research, like data analysis and the proposal preparation, explained by participants mirrors studies done in Ghana, South Africa, and even high-income countries like Australia. This recurring nature suggests exposures during the course of education are insufficient to embed research as a professional norm. Now, among the members of research, leadership emerged. And this is reflected in several studies. So that underscores the need to elevate mentorship from mere adjunct to training to a central mechanism for sustained allied health cultures. In conclusion, this study illustrates the paradox of motivated yet constrained professionals in Nigeria, and it also highlights the much needed institutional and policy reforms, including protected research times, internal funding as critical enablers. Beyond UBT, these lessons are relevant and very relevant. First, that allied health research capacity is central to health system strengthening. We acknowledge the participants, the management, and the funders. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next presenter, 019. Presentation will be okay, yes. So 020. Yes, 019 will present tomorrow. So 020. The activity of ethanol just tracked from case in animal model of veteran. I think that's Iniko et al. You have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Charitable to present activities of ethanol extracts of Huvarium Shameen. an animal model. Family is also classified small cells affecting human reproductive age, develop in smooth muscle cell trust, and is characterized by proliferation of smooth cell and extracellular trace deposition. It varies in size, seed-like to watermelon. Like location can be intramural, submucosal, and subserosal. And the number can be 2 to 3 and is associated with symptoms like pelvic pain, constipation, and treatment options include medical, surgical, and radiological guided for intervention. And however, due to the associated risks, side effects, and high health costs, there is growing demand for alternative cost-effective therapeutic strategy for managing fibroid. And in this context, medicinal plants are gaining interest due to their usefulness, safety, and effectiveness in affordability. Imperial Shiming, is also known as Bush banana, is a medicinal plant native to West Africa used in traditional medicine. The root possesses antimicrobial, anti-cancer, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidants, and about active compounds, which are alkaloid, study carried by 2015, ethanol extract of Imperial Shiming show that the ethanol extract exhibits significant higher antioxidant activity than aqueous extract. Now, so B, C, and D. The D, which is the extract into 2 in the modem, and they was divided, and we are given orally DST packaging daily of progesterone muscles 3 times Friday. Control group age to age. We have control group. We have the extract, plus iDose. The plant extract and iDose of the plant extract. Looking at the results, the phytochemical constitution, which is the quantitative, we find out that saponin, alkaloid, and compound. Qualitative analysis, we find that side are the highest, which is in accordance to 2025, who carried out a research and side is high than the rest. Then the body weight of it shows that the modern significant compared to the control. That's to extra significant compared to the for the histology is the control down to start alone. Find out that in the A, and L, thick fiber with spindle shaped nucleus. There is a biometric aplasia in the atypical with atypical nucleus in group B. When group C and D it reduces. Then in this slide, you see that there's a large biometric cell in group A, E, and B. The question of migrating cell with atypical nucleus in group B, where the migrating cell is reduced in C and D based on the S facts. Now, this is a basic trichome stain, and it shows that in group B, which is the given the fact that the three characteristics of which is the proliferation of smooth muscle cell, altered extracellular nutrient deposition, and enzymes cell steroids, shows that it shows that the economic extract of fumarate shining possesses a protective potential in the activity of neogenesis in Western rats, offering a promising avenue for the development of safe and effective treatment for uterine leiomyoma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next presenter 024, making presentation on the prevalence of smartphone addiction and its association with musculoskeletal disorders among undergraduates of the University of Benin. Iyari Otor. We have 6 minutes. Please work with your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, on behalf of Iyari Otor, so we are presenting on prevalence of smartphone addiction and its association with musculoskeletal disorders among undergraduates of the University of Benin. Many college students are using apps and technology on their phones than ever before in today's digital world. Neopin et al. 2017 reported that only 2 hours per day people spend without their phones. And they equally reported that 75% of people aged 18 to 44 years have a smartphone on them at all times. Phone addiction is the obsessive use of smartphone. Of course, it's a behavioral addiction that is usually done as regarded as nomophobia. People tend to become restless for 1 minute if they are not with their phone. Go of the phone addiction. So people with a phone addiction may experience some psychological issues or mental issues, including anxiety, agitation, disorientation. So if they are not having access to their phone. So using smartphone has been linked to joint pain, especially in upper limbs. And inequality, and the likes. Some researchers have also associated mental health issues, academic performance, of course, with the smartphone addiction. That is Itania et al. The researchers are not aware if the smartphone addictions have been correlated with musculoskeletal problems among the University of Benin students. So this study, therefore, was carried out to establish the association between smartphone addiction and prevalence of musculoskeletal disorders among undergraduates of the University of Benin. It's a cross-sectional design was adopted. 369 students participated in the study with the use of convenient sampling. And smartphone addiction scale short version was used to establish the addiction of smartphone. This is specific for male and female differently, and Nordic musculoskeletal questionnaire was used to measure the prevalence of musculoskeletal disorders among this population. So the data was summarized using both descriptive and inferential statistics. Inferential statistics of chi-square and binary logistic regression were employed to establish the association, among variables. So majorly, this is the results. Majority of people that are addicted, females tends to be more addicted to smartphone than their male counterparts. And the prevalence of smartphone addiction was found to be 57.4. And looking at the 12-month prevalence of musculoskeletal pain, there was a significant association between smartphone addiction and the occurrence of musculoskeletal pain in different regions, especially the neck and the upper back. Also, age was also found to have significant association with smartphone addiction. So, from this study, as I've mentioned, female had a high prevalence, and there are reasons why men and female use smartphone. The reasons are actually not the same, but the point remains that the females are more addicted to smartphone. So, in conclusion, the finding of this study underscore the need to address smartphone addiction as the physical health problems as well as psychosocial issue. And healthcare professionals are advised to develop educational programs promoting proper smartphone usage by adopting an ideal or desirable posture in preventing the adoption of the awkward posture in the use of smartphone and postural habit as a preventive measure to mitigate this musculoskeletal issue. Professionals should also consider smartphone usage habits in clinical evaluation of musculoskeletal pain for more effective outcome, because the causative, the root of the problem might be as well as the smartphone, and that is why some we take some radiological imaging without seeing, we cannot relate the pain the individual is presenting with the problem. So the medical professional needs to include in their evaluation, the habits of the smartphone usage. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We'll save just 2 minutes. So let's have the next presenter, 025. That will be on digital forensics, deep fake and forensic death detection methodologies in criminal justice. Ejapovi et al. Ejapovi et al. So you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Professors, academics, and my fellow students. My name's Olole Princess Ejapo. I'm to present on the topic I titled Digital Forensics, Deep Fake and Forensic Detection Methodologies in Criminal Justice, applying it to medical practice. I'd like to thank Professor Eyok for the chance to speak here today. Artificial intelligence has become very part of today's digital world. Although it has many benefits, it is also not without risk. One of the major risks with artificial intelligence today is the rise of deepfake. Forensic experts play a vital role in addressing this risk by developing strategies to expose manipulations and uncover the truth. I have some key terms to define. Deepfake is derived from deep learning. It's any AI-generated media that was created with the intention to deceive. Digital forensics is a branch of forensics that deals with detecting, interpreting, and documenting digital evidence. Deep learning is a form of machine learning, when computers learn from experience through hierarchical representation of
Hold on.
In my methods, there are certain methods that forensic experts have been able to analyze to detect between deepfake, real and fake media. Detection entails for use of physical cues to detect deepfake, like abnormal slight inconsistencies, and audio-visual synchronizations. Noise analysis deals with the example of noise in a particular image that were created from the same camera. Regulated neural network deals with the learning of spatial features of pictures. This machine learns the spatial features and is able to detect any inconsistencies in pixel level, like pixel number, pixel size, and pixel alignment. Recurrent neural network deals with spatial and temporal data like audios. It's able to detect features such as eye blinking, lip sync mismatch, irregularities in headlights, and it's effective for detecting fake in a sequence of frames. Main spectrogram is used to turn an audio into a picture. The picture shows the frequency of the speech over time. And then a CNN model is applied to that picture to detect if it has been edited or manipulated anyway at pixel inconsistencies. Big models such as PRNU, photo response non-uniformity, has an accuracy of up to 99%. CNN detection has an accuracy of up to 97 to 98 accuracy. Hybrid models between CNN and RNN has an accuracy of 90% and above. And Deep Sonar, which was created by scientists called to detect audio, has an accuracy of 98% and above. I have a striking case study of a deepfake video that was used to deceive. A famous doctor online was seen endorsing a product called Balance for diabetic patients. Because these patients, they know this doctor, and he has had a striking influence on the public. They went ahead to purchase this product that he was endorsing, not knowing that the video was in fact fake. Patients stopped legitimate treatment, which worsened his condition. The patient called Michael, 79 years old, paid for this product, and his condition was worsened drastically. It was later confirmed that that drug was unapproved. Then Professor Shaw came out to say that he never made such a video, and that video was in fact a fake that was created to fraud the public. In my applications of this deepfake detection in medical practice, I have protecting patients from health scams. It helps to prevent the spread of fake cures and treatments promoted with deepfake. Safeguarding telemedicine verifies identity of doctors and patients during virtual consultation. Medical education integrity ensures training videos and lectures online are authentic and not manipulated. Research authenticity helps to detect false medical data, false clinical trials, or AI-generated research probes. Limitations. Most forensic deepfake detection focus on visual media that you can see with little or no attention given to audios. Most studies focus on detecting deepfake voice in English, with little or no regards to other languages. There is a continuous arms race problem between the creation of deepfake and detection of deepfake. Recommendations. Patients should verify the authenticity of videos before following advice. Large, diverse real-world data sets should be created across modalities for training and testing forensic models. Evidence laws should be updated to not tolerate deepfake in any way. Models that are capable of detecting deepfake in audios in other languages and not just English should be created. In my conclusion, deepfake poses a serious threat to medical practice, from patient misinformation to falsified clinical evidence. The reliability, detection tools, and digital forensics are crucial for safeguarding trust in healthcare. Ethical guidelines and awareness are needed to ensure that technology supports care rather than undermines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Next presenter 026 for making their presentations PIPS PRO and CAS9 and beyond advancements in gene editing technologies. Shobo Wale et al. Shobo Wale et al. Thank you. We have 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. So, gene editing
CRISPR associated protein. In the CRISPR-Cas system, there are about 14 enzymes. So the big is the enzyme. So using CRISPR-Cas9 is in gene editing. It addresses this. First, it is less costly. It saves labor on very large scale, and it can be applied in medicine, forensics, agriculture, and other spheres. So now we're going to be talking about the background. In the 20th century to 1970s, DNA was discovered and recombinant DNA technology was discovered. Then from 1980 to 1990, as ZFN, that's zinc finger nucleases, talent were used for targeted gene disruptions. Those were gene editing tools like CRISPR-Cas9. So in the 2012, Brodner and Charpentier, they came up with the programmable CRISPR-Cas9 editing tool. 2020, they won the Nobel Prize in chemistry for their CRISPR discovery. So the methods of CRISPR-Cas9 mechanisms. CRISPR-Cas9 is an enzyme that has two parts, a guide RNA and a Cas9 enzyme. So the CRISPR-Cas9 enzyme, the CRISPR-Cas9 system uses a guide RNA to direct the enzyme where to cut. It acts like a molecular scissors. It breaks the DNA segment at a particular point. So after the break has been made, the cell tries as much as possible to repair the break. So there are two methods of repairing the break. That's the NHEJ and HDR. That's the non-homologous end joining. Okay, so the non-homologous end joining is one method whereby the cell joins two DNA fragments without a template. And most of the times, this might cause gene disruption, as it might cause an insertion or deletion, which might cause a mutation eventually. And the HDR uses a DNA template to align the DNA and gives the correct sequence we are looking for. So this enables knockout insertion of single nucleotide editing. You can just remove just one single nucleotide and get the fragments that we are editing. So the advantages of CRISPR-Cas9 compared to other gene editing enzymes, it is simpler to design, it is more cost effective, it is faster and efficient in editing genes, it works with high precision across organisms. You can use it for different kind of organisms. It is versatile in its application and it has multiplexing capabilities. It can work on different fragments, different parts of a gene at the same time. Then in forensics, CRISPR-Cas9 has been used to analyze trace DNA samples. Then it has also been used in differentiating closely related individuals and also to identify pathogens and bioweapons in forensic microbiology. Moving forward, in forensic applications, it can also be used for rapid nucleic acid detection, and it also uses very big equipment. And also, it can be used for improved crime scene analysis. In Nigeria today, there's very little in crime scene analysis, so we can use CRISPR-Cas9. So moving forward, beyond CRISPR-Cas9, there's also CRISPR-Cas12, like I said earlier, there's CRISPR-Cas13, CRISPR-Cas14. So for ethical considerations, in 2018, a Chinese scientist edited an embryo with CRISPR-Cas9 and declared the embryo mutation-free and disease-free, though semantic editing can also be applied for CRISPR-Cas9, and that one is very, very normal. But when you are editing germline, it is very, very risky, as you can come across some certain accidents that will give you problems that you intended. So for future directions, base editing and prime editing are more precise, and they have fewer of targets, and integration of forensic science will improve human identification, pathogen detection, and overall health. So beyond CRISPR-Cas9, We can expand into DNA, RNA, and epigenome editing. So ethical vigilance and interdisciplinary collaboration are essential in future of CRISPR-Cas9. So in conclusion, CRISPR-Cas9 is a cornerstone of modern biotechnology as has transformed medicine, agriculture, forensic applications, among others. And with advent of newer editing systems like CRISPR-Cas12a, CRISPR-Cas13, CRISPR-Cas14, it promises that gene editing in the future will even be more promising. So my recommendations are the World Health Organization should impose strict laws in the usage of gene editing technology for general, not just CRISPR-Cas9, and scientists that use CRISPR-Cas9 should be more transparent in their usage of the enzyme. The public should be engaged in the activities of CRISPR-Cas9. Like I said earlier, WHO and various regulatory bodies should put out strict laws enforcing the correct usage of CRISPR-Cas9.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. Next presenter is 027. Presentation will be on short tandem repeats, the application in forensic science. You have 6 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mama Joy. I'm going to be presenting the topic short tandem repeats and its application in forensic science. Permit me to appreciate my professor, Professor Eddie Ikam, for the great privilege to give this presentation. These are my table of content. STR or short tandem repeats. We all know DNA is the most powerful tool used in identifying the trials in forensic science. But what exactly is in this DNA that is being used to analyze DNA? This is where short tandem repeat comes into play. Short tandem repeats are the most commonly used genetic markers in forensic DNA analysis. Genetic markers, we'll be looking at the definition of that shortly. Methodology. This study is based on comprehensive literature review of existing publications and journals from authoritative sources. The aim of this study is to provide a comprehensive evidence-based overview of STRO and their pivotal role in modern forensic science. Definitions of them. What are short tandem repeats? Short tandem repeats have short sequence of DNA 2 to 6 bases long. They are repeated in a head-to-tail manner. You can say it's being copied and pasted. A particular tetra nucleoside is copied and pasted up to 6 times in the DNA sequence. They are highly polymorphic in the sense that they vary from individuals to individuals. Polymerase chain and reaction. Polymerase chain reaction is a molecular biological technique that is used to amplify specific DNA segment. Amplify in the sense that is used to make multiple copies of DNA segments. Here we have genetic markers. Genetic markers, they are specific sequence of DNA that have a known location in the chromosome. Just like we have land markers when it comes to land, we have genetic markers when it comes to the body. They are markers that forensic experts use to identify sicknesses and other related stuff in the body. Case study. This case study also stands as a foundational work of STRO. The case study here is the Pinform case. In 1984, Sir Alec Bessie invented DNA fingerprinting by which is not in full restriction fragment length polymer freezing. This method to study the variation of tandem repeats. This tandem repeats are what are known as short tandem repeats in DNA sequence. Later, about 3 years later, in 1987, this technique was used to arrest John Pinform, who committed a murder case. He killed 2 young girls in UK. His DNA sample was gotten from the crime scene and matched to his DNA sample in the database, and he was caught and apprehended for that criminal, for that injustice did. a photo of fingerprinting works. You can see that the first column contains DNA that is gotten from the crime scene, and the other columns contain DNA of suspected candidates. Without that, we can see that the suspect number 2 match 100% with the DNA sample that was collected from the crime scene sample.
I'm coming to the house.
Location, structure, inheritance of STRO. Talking on my results, I discovered the location. The location STRO are located in specific where organized loci in the non-coded DNA. They are specific because they are landmarked in the body. First, DNA experts, forensic experts, opens the chromosome. They know that landmark STRO must be found there. Some channel genetic markers have DSST, S1358, chromosome 13. The data for DNA theory sequence, chromosome sequence 1358. Talking of the structure of STRO, they are repeated nucleoside sequence which could be found around the constant region. The DNA copies and pastes the tetranucleoside in a specific position in the chromosome for like 6 to 5 times, depending on the number of copies it makes. Location, continuation, inheritance. STRO are inherited from both parents in Mendelian inheritance pattern. Just inherit one ST from each parent at every loci. Just as we inherit sex chromosome from our parents, like a child we inherit one allele per parent, same is STRO. How does STRO?
Minutes ago. 1 minute.
Okay, DNA results just to showcase how it works. My first column there is STRO localized, and then you have the allele sizes of the child and then the father. You can see that on each loci, there is actually a match between the child and the father, which is to prove that the father is actually the child from the father is actually the father of the child. And here we have application. STRO, they have variability which make it excellent to distinguish individuals, and they cannot be degraded easily. Conclusion, short standard repeat have revolutionized forensic science. They provide a powerful, reliable, recognized tool for the human's identification, paternity testing, and crime scene investigation. The benefit of STRO analysis include high discrimination, low DNA requirement, and rapid result, which make it essential techniques in forensic genetics. Despite some limitations, ongoing technological advances continue to improve STRO analysis, making it an indispensable tool for forensic science and to humanity. These are my recommendations.
Excellent presentation, right on time. Our last presenter will be making his presentation 038 on craniotomy for resection of cerebral metastasis, local experience in a neurosurgical unit of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. Mr. Zua, you have 6 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my colleagues. I'm presenting about our experience resecting metastasis to the brain. By introduction, metastasis indicates that a patient has advanced malignancy, and often it denotes poor outcome in prognosis. Most times, you feel those patients should be left alone to die. But cerebral metastasis also have added disadvantages of causing intracranial pressure. It causes lateral signs, patient will have weakness, and the patient will have total level of consciousness. These lesions could be multiple, or they could be solitary. But it has been demonstrated that surgical resection in selected patients improve the quality of life of these patients and alleviate some of these symptoms. So the aim of this study is to examine the clinical profile and outcomes of patients who had craniotomy for resection of cerebral metastasis in our neurosurgical practice here at UBTH Benin. So it was a retrospective study
All patients who had cerebral metastasis within the brain parenchyma resected by a single author over a year period. So 6 patients were identified and 5 females. And the age ranged between 34 and 64 years. Most of the lesions were located in the supratemporal compartment, that's between the cerebral hemispheres, while 2 of the patients had lesions in the infratemporal compartments within the cerebellum. 1 patient had resection of multiple cerebral deposits. In 5 of the patients, only a solitary lesion was resected. All of these patients underwent metastatic screening. One of the patients, as at the time of surgery, had evidence of extracranial metastasis. So discovered that the performance status was lower in patients who had metastasis from lung cancer, probably because they had difficulty with breathing and dyspnea. And majority of the patients had metastasis from breast cancer, while 1 patient had an ovarian cancer metastasis. In 2 of the patients, they had chemotherapy with first and second line regimen. And 2 of the patients who had breast cancer had mastectomy or pectomy. The longest interval between the identification of the primary tumor and the diagnosis of the second, that's the metastasis in the brain, was 15 years in 2 of the patients. 2 of the patients died in the immediate post-operative period, while 4 of these patients were discharged home and referred for adjuvant brain therapy and chemotherapy. In one of the surgeries, intraoperative image guidance was used, intraoperative ultrasound scan for localization of the tumor, which was difficult to localize by other measures, either visual or tactile. And the use of the intraoperative image guidance helped in crystal resection of the tumor. So one of these patients who had lung cancer, and surgery was done awake. This did a creditomy with the patient being awake because we didn't want to put the patient to sleep because the patient had a primary tumor in the lung. We are afraid that it will be difficult to make the patient post-operatively. So this is a table showing the spread of the cases we've had. You see, 2 of the patients have multiple lesions. 4 of the patients have solitary lesions. Most, if not all of the patients presented with headaches and altered level of sensorium, followed by hemiplegia. We did a metastatic record for all these patients. Some of the patients had crown surgery. 3 of the patients presented to us the first time with the diagnosis of the metastasis. In one of them, had systemic control. He was referred for a biopsy of the primary adjuvant chemotherapy. However, the disease was rapidly progressive, and even with surgery, that patient had preoperative mortality. Spread of the surgeries done between 2018 and 2025. The most recent surgery was the one which was done with the intraoperative image guidance and awake craniotomy. This is an example of metastatic record, chest X-ray and skeletal survey, looking at X-rays of all the bones to see if there are features of metastatic deposits. This preoperative imaging of the patients who had ovarian cancer with metastasis to the brain. We have the CT scan on the left, and that's the MRI on the right. You can see the tumor in the posterior fossa. This is the post-op image showing that the tumor was resected, and these patients who had altered sensorium, that was altered level of consciousness, was able to be discharged home, fully conscious, ambulant, and discharged for adjuvant therapy. These are not patients who had metastasis, and that's the post-op imaging showing the metastasis has been removed. This is one of the patients who had preoperative mortality. When the patient first came, she had multiple intracranial pathologies. She had a breast lump for which she had not had a biopsy. And this patient was referred to the general surgeons for the biopsy and subsequent neoadjuvant chemotherapy. But we can see that in the 4 months when she was on first and second line chemotherapy, instead of the metastatic tumor to decrease in size, it was actually increasing in size, the multiple lesions. This patient, so the patient had poor control of systemic malignancy. This was one of the patients who died. Similar studies have been done here in Nigeria. In UCH Ibadan, Adeleye Femi surgeon and then Ayamako, general surgeon, did a over a 3-year period, assessed metastatic tumors, same from the rest, invasive ductal carcinoma. Various studies have shown that for patients who have cerebral metastasis, surgery and radiotherapy improves survival, improves the quality of life. These are various studies. So in conclusion, cerebral metastasis is a viable treatment option. It's recommended to improve the quality of life and survival in well-selected patients with advanced malignancy and good performance status. Thank you. That's one of my references.
I'd like to thank all our presenters for the very stimulating and thought-provoking presentations. At this time, we've come to the time where we want to take questions from the audience to all presenters. So the questions will be directed to those who made the presentation. So if we identify the person that made the presentation, direct your question towards that person. So please, can we have somebody to take the microphone so as the audience can ask questions? Okay. For questions, please. So please, if you have any question, please indicate by raising up your hand. Okay.
Please let's get the microphone to raise it up our hands. So
Okay.
yeah,
Several people. Okay.
just 3 persons.
Several, about 4. And okay.
Thank you very much for the first presenter, Dr. Obebe. Simply to the new has positive results. I want to inquire what is like the cost and is it possible to implement it in our clinic that every patient that comes must have that screening? What will be the additional cost per patient? Thank you.
I wish to thank all the presenters for a wonderful scientific session. My question is to the first presenter also. I want to find out from her the toxicity level, the toxicity of Toluidine blue to patients because we are administering orally and directly. And then my other question observation is to the presenter on the uterine fibroid. I wish to find out how she was able to induce the rat with fibroid, or did they come infected, or they had fibroid? It was not mentioned in the course of her presentation. Thank you.
Do we have more? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Ewa Odiasi from Pediatrics Department. My first question goes to the detective presenter of deep fake. How will someone like me who has no idea about distinguishing what videos are online, how will you do it? Then the presenter, how did you know that there was no myoma in India? Because did you ultrasound scan? How did you identify the animals?
Thank you very much, everyone teaching us. Please, my question is for the presenter of CRISPR-Cas9. I'd like to know the real practices that people could engage in regarding that gene manifesting the CRISPR-Cas9, because you mentioned in your recommendations that it's better for there to be regulations about proper practices with that molecule. Thank you.
And will be get to the presentation and the television group. From the study, the punch biopsy was done. My question is this: ethically, to do an invasive procedure, do a less invasive when it could easily do a biopsy or a punch. Thank you.
Okay, that's what just. Yes, okay. Thank you very much. I'm glad my audience followed my presentation. Yes, so for the cost of Toluidine glue, it is very cost effective because in the course of our study and when we went out to purchase it, we saw that it's something that is not so expensive. So we not even thought about this in the past. So the relevant authorities to incorporate it into very cost effective for patients. I can assure you of that. Toxicity, it is very safe. It was specially formulated for as an oral rinse. So it's not just some dye we are trying to use in the mouth. This is the purpose for its formulation, so it's very safe. And they're not even swallowing, just swish and spit out. So it's very, very safe. Biopsy after Toluidine glue staining. Now, those are that the exfoliating or print, they will not give us a good representation of the epithelium, the architecture of the epithelium. So the best way we can see the architecture of the is through a punch biopsy. The incisional biopsy will be too invasive because you need to cut deeper. But a punch biopsy is better. Exfoliating will just show you the superficial cells and all that. So for you to see the whole the abnormalities in the epithelium, the layers, the punch biopsy is better, it's less invasive than the incisional biopsy. Thank you very much. That the impression well, it still will not give the architecture of the oral mucosa. Thank you very much. The question, the person answering on fibroid. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like the number one question, the fibroid was being induced with, according to the method of Zell et al. 2018. There is still the best one, 1.38, and there is still the best one packaging, and milligram of progesterone. My question number two, say, how do you do that? Yes. A pilot study was carried out. And in this pilot study, there's changes in the histopathology. That's why you see in the I presented basic trichome. And in the basic trichome, you see in the you see the collagen fiber that is blood, which is one of the characteristics of fibroids. And the characteristic, it says proliferation of smooth muscle cell, tight extracellular matrix deposition. So the abundant collagen fiber shows the presence. Then the biometric hyperplasia in leiomyomodel histology slides, you see that there's presence of what? Of fibroid in the cell. Migrating cells in abundant. So, I just want you to know, in these three characteristics, which is being presented and showed, the proliferation of smooth muscle cell. There's a lot of smooth muscle cell in See, you notice the new model and the logos. Crazy. So, see, it becomes the control group. So that is to say that fibroid, for you to know, proliferation of small cell altered extracellular matrix position and enhancing the stem cells. So the using model for you to know that there is fibroid, we use the histopathology method. You can use your gene expression and some other methods. Thank you. Thank you very much for the answer. The question on the relevance of the control of the use of the first. Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. So, I mentioned earlier, in 2018, a Chinese scientist edited a full genome. So, though up to date, it has not been in my research, I did not come across any situation or any case whereby it was used wrongly, but we are humans. Situations run wild sometimes. So sometimes some people with, let's say, depraved thinking might try as much as their powers can go and edit a gene to make it give it supernatural abilities or human abilities. So if there are strict regulations against that, it will not even cross the minds of scientists. Okay, now let me try editing this gene and move one arm, or just put 2 hands, or increase the amount of testosterone or what have you. So if there are rules like that, it will prevent the birth of non-humans, if I may say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once more, let's give our presenters a round of applause. We'd like to invite all the presenters to the podium for pictures.
Okay, your question has not been answered. What's your question?
She answered it.
Okay, the detective. Okay, yes. Fake, deep fake.
Okay, deep fake. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, that's.
So your question was how try person be able to identify deep fake videos online. So I mentioned some physical cues that you should look out for in videos. When you see a video, instead of just being that goes, look out for inconsistencies in movements. There are some videos you will see the mouse will be moving, but the face is still. So look out for inconsistencies in the body movements. Then look out for a natural blinking pattern. You can see a video, the person will not blink for like 2 minutes. It's not possible. So you know that this has been. So there are softwares that are free and available for you to download the iPhone. Video Authenticator, Deep Trace. These are softwares that you can download and upload any media to it to be able to detect if that media was edited or not. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can all our presenters come up to the podium for pictures?
Yes. Right there. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you so much. On announcement, on housekeeping, there's an exit to your left. The first exit to your left. All the students are to go there through that door for registered students for your lunch pack, and the last exit by your left for all the other academic staffs that are registered. Please, thank you all.
Please, may I invite the provost of the College of Medical Sciences to please join the presenters. Thank you again for attending today's lectures and science big sessions and the plenary. We appreciate your presence. We also want to thank our esteemed judges because these sessions have been judged. Professor Kegweme, Dr. Rowa, Dr. Adeyemi, Dr. Jesse, thank you very much. Tomorrow's program will be solely at Seri
We start by 8. We encourage more persons to register. Tomorrow is going to be packed, and I'm sure you will truly enjoy the lectures. As I said, students will go through the front door. Register students. Please look for your lunch tags, tickets, then your bags, or in your tags to collect your packed lunch. Thank you again. We thank the chair for today, Dr. B, Professor Dulu, for their kind participation. Thank you all for coming. I also appreciate the crew who has been here from CET. Thank you very much. The organizers, thank you very much. The ICT crew and cleaners, the cleaners who ensured that the main auditorium was looking perfect and neat. Thank you all very much for coming. Thank you. Have a nice day now.
No, I was around. So
But some will be giving questions.
Okay, all members of the LOC to please come up stage. Members of the LOC, please come up stage for a group photograph. Thank you very much.
Eight a.m. It's the first thing to do. So 8 o'clock will start. I think Sari will be faster than here because it's well said.
Hello, teacher, sir. Are we doing it up or are we doing it down? Yes, I think it's important. Let's do this thing because we're not coming here tomorrow.